collaborate, share ideas, to help each other, to support each other on social media. Because here's the reality. This course is designed for people in Cameroon, but it's open up to whoever. But all of the content is focused on Cameroon. I worked really hard with locals to make sure that I wasn't missing anything, and the different problem areas and other things. So what the other thing that I know is that if we all don't collaborate, the messages that you have and what you build here is not going to get out to the rest of the world as effectively. You know, one of the things that people utilize on social media, what's up, Brent? Good to see you, man. One of the things that people do on social media that helps them grow their following, and I hate it. I absolutely despise this. They're called pod groups. And it's essentially where people drop links of their social media post, and then everybody all at one time goes and likes and comments and retweets. And what that does is it helps it break out of the algorithm. But what you have is a bunch of inauthentic likes and comments, and you're commenting on people's posts that you don't really even care about, but you're only doing it for engagement. I don't like that. However, I do like the mindset of working together in community. And so by utilizing this community, whether it's a project, if one of you writes a book, if one of you creates a podcast, if you want to be guest on each other's podcast, if you, any of that stuff, if you have different skills that you want to add to someone's project and vice versa, I want you to use it for that. And collectively together, by working together, we can rise together. And we can do that without being fake. We can do it in an authentic way. And that's my goal. So I want that community to be used for those purposes, not spamming. I noticed somebody else put some crypto thing in there this morning. Like, I'm kicking you out of the group immediately. I want everything to be authentic and sincere. And also, when you start building your website platforms, this is where I really want us to start working together. I hope that you all, some of you start podcast. And then some of the tools that we're going to go into, one of them is called Quoted. You can actually list your podcast on Quoted and look for guests in all over the world. And so as Cameroonians, or if you're from Cameroon, you can interview people in Paris, in America, in Mexico, in Europe, I've already said that, Australia, anywhere in the world. And what that does is it starts to bring a spotlight to Cameroon and what people are doing here. There's a lot of people in Nigeria that do this, but I don't see anyone in Cameroon doing it. And as much as I want to see Cameroon rise and restore itself, I also want the rest of the world to start hearing your messages and seeing your gifts and seeing your talents and other things. And so this course is about breaking outside of the box of Cameroon to draw attention to Cameroon, where everyone can start making their global dreams come true. The other thing I want to say is this: if you're not thinking global, you're thinking way too small. And I know that the outside world in Cameroon has kind of been hard to access in a way professionally, but my goal with this workshop is to change that. The other thing I'm going to say is I'm going to record this to repurpose it. In other words, to be able to use it for people to come back to later. I'm transcribing it. So you'll be able to go through it. And if you're more comfortable with French or even Pidgin, you'll have the opportunity to translate it in a language that you prefer as well. So today's going to be a lot of information. This is the first workshop of many I plan on doing. I plan on doing more in person as I travel to each community. I found out a couple of days ago that I'm going to be here for the long term, as long as I get my visa extended. I was able to make sure that I'm going to be able to stay. And so I'm committed to doing more of these workshops, but doing them in person, because frankly, it's way better. So we got more people joining here. I'm going to wait 2 more minutes, and then I want to start, because today is long. It's thorough. There's a ton of information. Don't feel overwhelmed, like I said, because if one thing that's not answered, it'll probably be answered later. And the other thing too, I pray that you take advantage of the interactive part of this workshop. There's some things that you need to do, like I'll have you record video. So I hope you downloaded the apps that were in the instructions. We're gonna do things like that to hopefully keep this fun, where you're not just listening to me talk the whole time. So, any questions before we start? All right, cool. Well, I'm really grateful for that you all are here. I know that some people will show up late, and that's fine with me. And but I hope to make this a lot of fun and enjoyable for all of you. I'm gonna change my view again. No, I want it on me so I can see. How do I do this? No, I want it on me. I want it on me. I don't want to get distracted. Okay, whatever. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and start. I think 10 minutes late is close enough, even though technically African time is like 3 hours late. I got to film a TV show yesterday in Yaoundé. I hope I pronounced that correctly. It was a live.
Yaoundé.
Yaoundé. Okay.
Yeah.
Yaoundé.
Yeah.
Okay. And the live studio audience, it was supposed to start at 2:30. We didn't start till 5. Wow. So long story short, my travel arrangements got messed up. I got in at 5 a.m. this morning. I may be a little punch drunk, but bear with me. All right.
Welcome to Cameroon.
I know, right? Now, if you don't mind, the other thing I want to tell you is that you may see my head start to shake. One thing that can help with that is by muting your mic. That feedback I'm sensitive to and feel it in my body, and it can make it kind of a challenge for me sometimes. But during Q&A, we'll ask to open up your mics again, and you can ask questions. So if you don't mind, please mute, because my head shaking is more painful than it probably looks. All right. So welcome to the Media Company in a Box, the Cell Phone Sovereignty Workshop. What that means is you're going to be able to create endless revenue streams using your God-given gifts, talents, your stories, your testimonies, your wisdom, all from a cell phone. Most of the world does not have access to computers. Cameroon, especially. First of all, it's not even really practical for a lot of people in Cameroon to have a laptop, because a laptop drains data, and data here is worth more than water. It's an actual very important thing here. Data seems to be something very, very important to people. I know my first month here, I spent $450 on data alone, just trying to maintain my normal workload. And I had to come to peace with the fact that this is not practical, and I need to stop using my computer as much, because it's a data drain, especially for what I use a computer for. So I'm very sensitive to that. So the focus today is the cell phone. I'm going to be honest with you. It is far easier to do all of this stuff on a computer. It just is. And I believe with everything in me, better internet solutions will come here. But the other thing built into this course is how to work around not having a great cell phone, and also how to work around not having, fast internet. So there's a couple little cheat things in here that can help. Some of this you may already know. All right, my name is Joshua T. Berglund. Some call me the world's mayor. Some call me Tala. And then since I've been here, I've developed even more names that I won't go into all of them yet. But it's been the greatest honor of my life to be in Cameroon. I mentioned the tremors that I have. And when I was in America, I was living in isolation for, gosh, since January of 24. I was living in a room alone, isolated from everyone, from my family. Like I had a family, but I had to leave them because I couldn't contribute to the family because of how bad my condition was. And then I had to move home where I'm from to live in isolation more, but away from everyone. I couldn't sit at the dinner table with my family. I couldn't go to church, couldn't go eat. I couldn't be in community. And since I've been in Cameroon, I've been able to start talking to people again, start having a life again. And by the grace of God, I've been blessed to meet some of the most amazing people ever in Cameroon. The spirit, the courage, the love of Cameroonians is something that I'll never forget. I am inspired by the sense of community that you have, the fact that people from all walks of faith and religions work together. People look out for each other. I mean, are there bad things that happen here? Yeah, of course there are. There's bad things that happen all over the place. But at the same time, where in America, I see people trying to tear each other apart, I see Cameroonians looking out for each other, and it's really inspiring to me. So I'm grateful to be here. Listen, you know, I'm a four-time number one best-selling author. My book, my first book, The Devil Inside Me, which is my personal testimony, is really how the foundation for how I built all of this that you're about to see. Everything I do, my own platform, is my example of media company in a box. And it started with a book, and it's turned into something with over 70 revenue streams and counting. And I built all of it with no money other than web hostings. And this is something that you all can do too. I'm nothing special. Part of this workshop is about being authentic. And part of this workshop is about being real and tapping into your real stories and talking about things that, you know, might be stigmatized. For me, I've been in jail 6 times. I've overdosed on drugs 6 times. I've been homeless twice. I developed HIV many, many years ago, but by the grace of God, I've been undetectable for over 10 years now. Not only am I on the autism spectrum, I'm on the spectrum of autism, which, you know, I think it's a gift. But I also had dissociative identity disorder, and I still do. But when I was told that I would never contribute to anything to society, and I was told that really I belonged in a psych ward treatment center where they would medicate me and numb me so I could, you know, I mean, it would take away from who I am. I didn't want that. I believe that God had something better for me, even with my mental illness and the struggles that I had. Ironically, I was labeled disabled by my government for mental illness. Think about it. Mental illness is this unseen monster that people live with. I mean, my monster, my mental illness inflicted a lot of pain on other people in different ways. Disassociating, becoming a different person all the time. It used to be called multiple personality disorder. I was told I would never contribute anything. There's no real treatment to cure it. Even when I surrendered my life to the Lord in a psych ward in LA County jail, even though my heart changed, my mental health hadn't. I mean, it's been a journey for me to heal, and I'm not 100% healed. And then of course I develop a frequency-induced tremor to add to it. But even God has used that for good. So I don't come here as flexing on the fact that I've been able to speak at UN events 4 times or being a best-selling author or even an award-winning filmmaker. I won 8 film festivals with the movie The Devil Inside Me. The film was made with money. There was no money spent to make this movie. And anyone can do this. And one of the things that I did in that movie is I clipped together B-roll that I was able to get for free I used my phone to record my voice to act over the parts and the scenes of the B-roll. And to promote my book and how it became a bestseller is that I used film festivals. I submitted the short films, in which I combined to make one total film. I submitted that to film festivals and won 8 times and was no money. Anyone can do this because people are far more skilled than I am. And frankly, the technology is way better now to do these things than when it was before. I am not somebody that likes AI video. I think that we should put our face on video. However, AI is an amazing tool, and we'll cover that too. I like to say that, you know, my awards are not my credentials, but my scars are. I am proof that you can be mentally ill. You can be someone that's used and abused. I mean, I've suffered every type of traumatic abuse you can imagine for, you know, over 20 years of my life, not counting the abuse I did to myself. If I can make something of my life, everyone else can too. Everyone, no matter where you're from. And that's the cool part about technology. So some of the things that we're going to go into today, again, you probably saw this if you looked at the handout material that you have. We're going to start with a quiz. We're going to talk about sell the scar, failure to framework, why this workshop's built for you, storytelling hooks, talking about AI, utilizing your phone, why your name is the most important domain you can own. The platform, what this is really about, instead of wasting your beautiful gifts and your beautiful writings and your beautiful poetry, instead of wasting it on social media, utilizing it in a way that can actually bring you income. We're going to talk about answer engine optimization. Some of you have heard about SEO. AEO is where it's at in the modern age. And I'm going to actually show you why this is important, but also I'm going to show you a cheat code of how to use it in a way that is beneficial to you and actually easy and not overwhelming. We're going to talk about the importance of IMDb. I know Brent knows the importance of IMDb, being a musician. Quoted, the most powerful free media tool on the entire planet, in my opinion. I'm also going to add in some free things that are not listed here. And then as they come to me, I'll share them. So you want to make sure you take notes. And again, the Q&A will actually allow you to get a lot of these things answered too. Income streams. Like, everyone here wants to make money. There's no jobs in Cameroon, really. At least no jobs that no one, I mean, there's jobs, there may be jobs, but these aren't jobs you go, God created me to do this. Like, none of it's exciting. None of it's exciting. It's backbreaking work. It's really difficult, or it's one of those jobs that really doesn't really add value to your life in a way that you feel good about, but you do it out of survival. That's not a good place to be. So we're going to talk about practical ways that you can earn revenue streams relatively quickly. Also, securing sponsorships, affiliate relationships, learning to protect yourself from scams. There's scams everywhere. We'll give you a 30-day action plan, and of course, the Q&A. All right, so part 1. This is the most important part. As I told you before, I started building what I built from a book, a very raw, honest book that exposed all of my secrets. And it's not comfortable to talk about the things that I've talked about, even after all these years of, because there's always a new stigma. There's always a new stigma, or there's always a stigma attached to mental health or HIV or sexual identity issues. But no one really talks about how these things even happen, right? People just focus on the fact that, ooh, you're a pariah, or ooh, you're mentally ill, you're crazy, you should be in a psych ward. But there's always a story of how you got there. But then there's a story of how you can thrive. Man, Africa time is just showing up like it's 11 o'clock, people, 11 o'clock. Anyway, it's going to get distracting for me after a while. People showing up late. I should just not let them in. Anyway, maybe I will let them in anyway. I don't mean that. But the storytelling economy, the creator's economy, the testimony economy is the greatest gift to mankind ever, other than salvation, I believe, other than being able to surrender, to surrender our lives for the purpose that we're created for. That's an amazing gift. But the coolest thing ever is that this new economy is centered around stories. We don't need any more fake BS. America media, the Hollywood media, has lied about Africa, lied. They don't even talk about Cameroon. There's a reason why the world's most forgotten crisis is here, because literally no one talks about it. I've been serving virtually in Africa for almost 11 years now. I know people from Cameroon, but mainly I've been working in Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda. And I've never heard anyone talk about what's gone on in Bafut and Bamenda. No one. I know people in Cameroon, like that live in Oklahoma and Texas and other places that I knew. They never talked about it. The media doesn't talk about it, but they'll talk about other crises. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for it. And I'm not going to go into a giant long sermon about this, but it disgusts me. We have an opportunity right now with the tools widely available to us that are free to use the power of media. In the same way media has been weaponized against us, we have an opportunity to use media as a tool to take the power back from the hands that lies in a few people, few groups, few companies. We can take the power and put it in our hands and change the narrative. Instead of fake news, instead of opinions, because I've seen enough opinions on social media. Now's the time for authentic stories. And there's no better place in the world to start telling true stories than Cameroon. The world needs to hear your messages. And look, I understand that you can't speak out against certain people here because bad things will happen. But through creative storytelling, you can tell your own stories in the way that you feel led. And at the same time, you can get paid to do that. You can earn endless revenue streams doing that. But also outside of the crisis, you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity to showcase your wisdom, your gifts, your talents that God blessed you with. You have an opportunity to show that to the world. You have so much value to show the world. Like, people need to learn what Cameroonians know. And because what I've experienced over the last month and a week now, every day my mind is blown by the people here. And it's not to say that there's not other mind-blowing people around the world, but my goodness, Cameroon has a lot to offer the world. Cameroon reminds me of California. Anyone who's ever been to California that's from Cameroon will attest to this. Bamenda and Bafut are just like Los Angeles and the Hollywood Hills. And the creative energy is very much the same. And on top of that, in the same way California feeds the world in the United States, Cameroon and their agriculture, why not do the same? There's so many amazing talents and gifted people, but also wisdom that you all have to offer the world. And that's all tied into storytelling. And the creator of all, our creator, created us to create. And we're in the creator's economy. How freaking cool is that? So before we touch a single tool, we establish the foundation, your story, your identity, and your right to be heard. No one here should be voiceless. Anyone who registered already received the book, Media Company in a Box. This is the new edition of it. I do recommend that you read it, especially because it's going to make what we talk about here make way more sense. And then there's also, I sent you the PDF version, and then of course you can see what we see on the screen. I actually modified this, 2 days ago. So it may not match the PDF exactly. I added some things that I wanted to add. But when I arrived in when I arrived in Cameroon's nice too. When I arrived in Cameroon, person after person told me the same thing. I have a story to tell. I have knowledge to share, but I don't have the equipment. And I literally would ask, let me see your phone. And if there was a camera attached to their phone, I knew that they had everything they needed. This workshop literally was created because of that moment. And you are more ready than you think. You are more qualified than you think. I do not care. I do care how much money you have in your bank account from your own well-being. But having 0 euros or dollars or yen or anything, having 0 in your bank account does not disqualify you. If you're mentally ill or disabled, or you're a drug addict, an alcoholic, you are not disqualified. In fact, I would like to contend that doing this work will begin your healing journey. It will begin your healing journey. It began mine. Everything I'm teaching here, I'm a walking example of. Whether you like me or not, the one thing you cannot take away is what I've built. And I did this on my own. I did it with no money. I volunteered. I served every opportunity. I didn't have money to pay for events. I didn't have money to pay for any of that. But I would volunteer. Every movie role I've ever had, every commercial I've ever been, I started as an extra, which gets paid virtually nothing. But I got bumped up to principal roles because I showed up ready to go. I was ready to learn. I was always ready, always ready. I believe, this is not in your notes, I believe in the third door philosophy. The third door philosophy, I'll give you the quickest example of this, but life gives you option A, option B, Democrat, Republican, Christian, Muslim, conservative, liberal. You like this team or that team, whatever. The third door philosophy is this. I like to use this analogy. Imagine a nightclub, your favorite club to go dancing. What do you see at the front door? You see a line of people waiting to get in, waiting to pay their cover charge. Then you see other people that are the VIP. They walk in, they just walk through. What's up, bouncer? They may slip the bouncer a little bit of cash, but they walk in. Those are the two options typically. The third door philosophy is walking through the kitchen, making your way all the way through the kitchen, and sitting yourself at the front row, the VIP area, and hanging out and having a good time with everybody else. How did I get that kitchen access? Maybe because I showed up and served. Maybe because I made friends with the chef. Maybe because I made friends with the bouncer at some other event. I've never been invited in through the front door, ever in my life. Everything I've ever done in my life was not because I was invited in. I found a different way in. I didn't have an agent. Now I have 2, but I didn't have an agent. But to be honest with you, I get myself booked in commercials and in movies more on my own than I do through my agent. You don't need these things. You don't need a talent manager. If your aspiration is to be in music or to make movies or to be an actor, you don't need a manager. You don't need an agent. You don't need these things anymore. Like, the gatekeepers have been removed. The old way of doing things is over. Independent is the future. And media, it doesn't matter if you're a school teacher. It doesn't matter if you're a chef. It doesn't matter if you're a musician. It doesn't matter if you're a business consultant. Media is the vehicle to bring all of that home. You have to have a foundation of media knowledge. One, it creates endless revenue streams, but no matter what business you are in, if you understand media, nothing can stop you from making your dreams come true, especially when you build your own platform. All right. So in your handouts, you have the Discover Your Creator type. If you're using the web link access, this is actually clickable. So question 1, your neighborhood just experienced something significant. Think about this for a second. Something crazy just happened in your neighborhood, in your area, your block, wherever you're at, your region. What's your first instinct? Do you want to gather the stories from the people who were there? Do you want to research the background and explain it clearly to others? Do you want to capture it on video? Get the sound, like whatever you have, catch it in real time? Or do you want to make sure the people affected are actually heard? For me, I want to make sure the people affected are actually heard. And you can, if I don't know if you are all able to do this in real time or not, but for me, I'm gonna do this and show you what this does. Question 2. You want your audience to walk away from you want your audience to walk away from your content feeling like they understand something true about being human. They like to learn something they can use right now. Something, emotion, movement, anything but nothing. Or you want to make people feel seen, like someone finally spoke for them. That's me. Question 3. Which of these feels most like you? I have lived through things most people haven't. I bet that's true for a lot of you. I know things most people urgently need to learn. I see beauty, truth, or darkness where others walk past. I want to give a microphone to people who have none. I actually could answer any of these the same. I would select all of these if I could. Okay, so for me, my creator type is an advocate. And this is very accurate, because as much as I can get on camera and talk and advocate, I actually prefer to elevate your voices more than my own. I didn't come here to tell your story. I came here to empower you, for you to tell your own. Because as I said before, Hollywood has shared your stories before, if they've even paid attention to it all, but they didn't tell the truth. Like, I actually thought for the longest time I would end up in Zimbabwe or Nigeria first, before Cameroon. But the reason I was supposed to go to Zimbabwe was to help tell the real stories of the Zulu nation, because the world doesn't know the truth about that. But America doesn't know its role in what the problems are in Africa. Most Americans don't know. They actually think they've been the good guys here. In fact, they think they're the good guys everywhere. And that's not true. I'm not going to speak out. I probably shouldn't talk about Zionism right now, but they're a problem. And America is run by Zionists. And unfortunately, that's caused a lot of pain and inflicted a lot of suffering around the rest of the world. But here's the thing. I don't want to be the one. I'm going to share, what I feel led to share, but it shouldn't be me telling your stories. I shouldn't be giving my interpretation of the Zulu nation or Cameroonians. I shouldn't. It should be people that actually went through it, because there's no greater source of the truth than the origin of the truth, or of the story. The person that was going back directly to the source. The source matters. When you get something second and third party, things get twisted. Words get changed. It's the problem with inflicting religious abuse on people, especially when so much of it wasn't transcribed to hundreds of years later. Like, one word changes a complete sentence. It changes the entire meaning. And I'm not knocking religion at all. I'm just saying, like, there's no greater truth than what we know from within inside. When we're led, our spirit talks to us, our intuition, our guidance. And the thing I love, I'm going to get a little religious here, but the thing I love about God, and not listening to what man says is right for me, because I'm sick and tired of having man tell me what's right. It's none of their business. Like, who are they to speak for my life? Who am I to tell you what's right for you? Who am I to tell you what's true for you? Not. There's no greater truth than what we know from within, And what I know about my relationship with the creator is this: I may think something's true and I'll walk that out. And then the next thing I know, if I'm wrong, I get a little correction. Sometimes it's a little slap. Sometimes it's a punch in the face. Sometimes it's a disability, whatever. But I mean, my attention, like, you got to change course. That's how you know what's true. That's the closest thing. Your perspective on what you experience is the closest thing to truth you will ever know. So me telling you what's true for you or me sharing your story does not have the same impact as you sharing it for yourself. So I would like for you all to utilize that that questionnaire for yourself so you can figure out, because it really will give you a foundational blueprint of how you launch your platform. Like, I love being a bridge. I want to be a bridge that connects the entire world on truth and storytelling, but in authentic storytelling. We don't need AI generated stories. I mean, is AI a tool to help you shape those stories? Yes, but your word, your truth matters. And it doesn't matter if you're dyslexic and you write funny. Who cares? Like, being able to write and create from the heart is the closest to me. I never feel closer to God ever than when I'm creating how I feel led to create. I don't enjoy creating for other people. I really don't. I like to create for myself. It's freedom. I mean, it's helped my mental health. When I'm pissed off, I can create. If I'm sad, I can create. If I'm happy, I can create. If I'm confused, I can create. Because, like, I can start writing and, like, dumping my thoughts and writing, whether it's a blog or even a book. And all of a sudden, I'm processing in real time. Heck, I used to do a spoken word broadcast. And I did it two different ways. I used to pray for the word, and then I started drawing a word out of a bucket. And I'd pick that word. When I'd pick that word, I would just speak whatever came through me. And sometimes I'm just working that out, like just talking through it, processing it. And it was amazing how, one, effective that was for me mentally to process the information in real time. But the other thing about doing broadcasts like that, it made me fearless speaking on stage. It made me fearless talking in front of people, regardless if I messed up or not. I'm not going to be perfect in this presentation. I don't care. I'm going to do the best I can, and I'm going to do it from my heart. And honestly, would you or would you not agree that you would rather hear a message from the heart, even if it shocks you, even if it's like, whoa, hang on now, hang on, that was a little intense, than having someone read something scripted? My name is Josh, and I'm happy to be here today. Thank you for being here in this presentation. I mean, that sounds freaking lame. Like, if I was just going to read directly from this thing all day, you would be bored to tears. No one wants to do that. All right. So if you're able to do the challenge, I would like for you to take a quick break, and I would like for you to do this. Can you all do this exercise where you write your creator type at creator type? Your creator type. Can you write your creator type at the top of your notes? And because every tool and income stream decision in this workshop filters through that identity. This is your foundation of really what you're going to build on. So are you guys willing to go to do this? Like, give me some thumbs up, or like the party emotion, or hearts, or like, if you're willing to do this, do it for me. All right. That's what I like to see. Okay. I'll give you a second to do that. And if you need to use the restroom, use the restroom. But do the exercise. I'll give you a couple minutes. And just start doing hearts and all that stuff when you're done. So I know. Please. Okay, got one done. Oh, there you go. There's more. Probably after 2 or 3 minutes, y'all should be done. I'm guessing. Hmm. Is everyone done? Will you give me some emojis? I see you, Brent. Raymond. Emmanuel. Okay. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. We'll move on then. Sell the scar, failure to framework. Yeah, I've been broke. Wait. Sorry. You were, for the people that were, yeah, this is why you show up on time. I'm not trying to be rude, but I said we're starting at 11. We were doing this exercise right here. Discover your creator type. Not trying to be rude, but I did say show up on time. So, and I even gave y'all 5 minutes. Oh man, people are trying to call. All right. Okay, so let's go to this. Sell the scar, failure to framework. I've been broke. Absolutely. I've been homeless twice. I've lost everything, including my family, my children even. I navigate the world on autism spectrum. I've made mistakes publicly that I cannot take back. I mean, huge mistakes. Huge mistakes. None of that has disqualified me at all. If anything, it's made me fearless about telling the truth, and I have no problem admitting my mistakes. All of it has become content for me. I don't know, I'm not going to go into the story about how all this happened, but let's just say that it started after a really bad relapse many years ago, and God gave me a command to put a spotlight on my shadow world, and every time I messed up, that I was to go on my talk show, Gratitude Unfiltered, before I got kicked off the internet the first time, and talk about it. Like I had to talk about it. That was my deal. And so if I relapsed, if I did something that normally that I would keep secret, I would talk about it openly. And what I realized by being open and honest about my failures, my screw ups, even the bad things that I did, it made telling the truth much easier. It made it where if somebody wanted to try to blackmail me and say, we've got naked pictures of you doing all kinds of stuff and blah, blah, blah. We got pictures of you smoking meth and shooting drugs. I mean, here's the thing. A lot of people would be afraid to talk about that. I mean, half the problem we have in this world is that the politicians are all blackmailed. The celebrities are blackmailed. They get caught with, they have sex with underage people. They do things to get the part, and then it's all on video. And then, so someone blackmails them with that. So then they're under control. Oh, don't tell anybody. Here's $15 million. Here's $1 million. Here's $500,000. Don't tell anybody my secret. You're for the rest of your life, you're controlled. Then what happens if you run out of money? You got to keep doing the devil's bidding so that they can keep your secrets. But if people just stood on the truth, I talk openly about HIV. I don't give a shit who mocks me. I don't care. I talk openly about going to jail and overdosing and being a deadbeat dad. You know why? Because the grace of God, I'm no longer that man. Yes, I have HIV, but I live a healthy life. Yes, I'm mentally ill, but honestly, I'm a high-functioning person. Like, I've been equipped with the tools to thrive. I found something. I can't get a job. Like, there was no job available for me. No one's going to hire somebody that is mentally ill when I have to write on applications that I'm disabled. No one's going to hire me or a job that I'm actually qualified for. Media saved my life. It gave me an opportunity, and it kept me from putting a bullet in my head. And more importantly, it gave a vehicle for my purpose. It gave me something that gave me a reason not to do more drugs, to learn how to have a healthy relationship with sex, to learn that I didn't need to be in every relationship. I broke out of codependency. I've been single for over 3 years. Why? Because now I can truly wait on the right woman for me. I can truly, it's not because I don't have options. It's because I'm waiting for the right one. I'm not desperate. I don't need to sleep with every woman I meet. I don't need to do that to try to scratch my ego and make me feel better about myself. I'm waiting on the one. I can be abstinent now, where before I couldn't, because I would be on a sex app every 3 hours looking for more sex and more drugs. By the grace of God, I'm freed of that. That's my story. Does it make you uncomfortable? Guess what? I'm not uncomfortable telling it. Why? Because even though it's so scary to tell your truth, there's nothing anyone can hurt you with when you stand on your truth. And what's more important is that your truth doesn't just set you free. It sets other people free too. It sets other people free too. I got a message this morning. I don't even know who this person is. They messaged me talking about, because I talk about dissociative identity disorder, multiple personality disorder, which is a strange thing to explain to people. But I talk about it anyway. Why? I don't do it to make people uncomfortable. I do it for the people that are suffering in silence. Because suffering in silence is how you want to kill yourself. Suffering in silence is how people can hurt you. It's why you get made fun of, or when someone will make a comment saying you're crazy. And it hurts. Why does it hurt? Because you're keeping it a secret. It's a secret shame. I have no shame. I have no guilt. There's no bullet that can hurt me. Why? Because I'm comfortable with the truth. As ugly and messy as my truth and my scars are, no one can take anything from me because I'm not compromised. I'm incorruptible. There's nothing anyone can hang over me. You want to say you've got naked video of me doing something? Okay. Like, you wouldn't be the only one. I'm just going to laugh at you. I'm just going to laugh. I did a lot of crazy crap when I was on drugs. Drugs make you crazy. But I'm going to admit it. Why? Because no one's going to hang anything over my head. And frankly, the world needs real stories. They don't need anything fake. They don't need manufactured. Your true story is enough to build your own empire and leave a legacy. How many of you want to break the cycles? The generational cycles of poverty, of addiction, of abuse, of womanizing, of cheating. How many of you are ready to break those cycles? This is the path to do it. And on top of it, you can actually earn revenue doing it. You can earn money doing it. I'm telling you right now, the world is dying to hear the real stories out of Africa. Not just Cameroon. Not just Cameroon, but Cameroon has a ton to offer. And your true story is enough. The things I was most ashamed of, because the things I was most ashamed of became the things people thank me for sharing most. I was unable to feel love. That's why I had to have sex with strangers all the time. That's why I did drugs all the time. I didn't feel love. My dad beat the shit out of me. He cheated on my mom in front of me. My dad was an ultimate narcissist. And you know what? I probably was worse than him before God got a hold of me. But I hated my dad. I hated him. But all those things that I did, being able to confess it and talk about it is ultimately which allowed me to heal. And I get to be the cycle breaker in my family. Being a cycle breaker is one of the greatest honors that we can ever get. As a man, as a woman, as a teenager, it's your legacy. And you know what? I came from a family of outlaws. Outlaws in America are like crooked cowboys, bootleggers, womanizers, corrupt politicians. My family had a curse on it. And by the grace of God, I'm the cycle breaker. And I don't know how much time I have left on this planet, but knowing that I'm the one that broke the cycles, and so that my family after me doesn't have to walk in that anymore, is a really good feeling. And you know what? I bet it's something a lot of you want too, because you've grown up around generational cycles of pain and suffering, and you get to be the one to break it. The most powerful content you will create is not about what you know. It is about what you survived. The thing you are most afraid to say, that is the thing someone else is living through right now, alone, in silence, convinced they are the only one. When I found out I had HIV, I thought I was the only one. I knew that wasn't true, but in my head, I was the only one. I thought it was a death sentence, even though I knew it wasn't. I knew it wasn't. I knew the stats. I knew the reality, but in my head, the things that I was saying to myself. And so what I tried to do, this is actually a chapter in my book, The Devil Inside Me. I went out and did more drugs and tried to kill myself. Every time I tried to kill myself, God had other plans for me. And looking back at it now, all those times I felt alone, to know what I feel like now, especially being here in Cameroon, it's made every bit of hell I walked through worth it. I've seen miracle after miracle after miracle because each day of my life has been a step in faith. What some of you all don't know is that my very first vision, my download, was of Africa, serving in Africa. I was 7 years old. I got that vision after being molested by 2 men. Every traumatic event I had growing up, I would get this vision of, and I didn't understand it at the time, but it was God showing me what my life would be like if I just chose him. When I started to realize what those visions meant, I started to run from it because I didn't want that responsibility. I don't know how many of you can relate. Like, you know that God has a calling on your life, but it scares the crap out of you, or you don't believe it's possible. Let me just say this with all my heart. God does not put those dreams in your heart to mock you or tease you. That is God showing you what's possible for your life. That's God's promise to you. It's unique to you. But you have to step in faith. You have to step in faith. And if you do something each day to step in faith, and I know Cameroonians, every day is a faith walk, but I know deep down in your heart, you're being pushed to do something else. You showing up today was a step in faith. You don't know me. I think Brent is the only person here that knows me. And he's known me for years. He's seen my journey. He actually knows that the things that I'm saying, like some of you don't, if you're hearing it for the first time, Brent knows this. He's seen it. He saw what my life and my journey has been to get here. God's promise to you is real. But every day you step in faith and you will watch God work miracles in your life. It's the craziest ride ever, surrendering to your purpose and what you're created for. But it is, wow. It's the only time I've ever been able to know what the joy and suffering really is, because it's hard. It doesn't mean you won't suffer. It doesn't mean you won't lose people. In fact, when you start pursuing your dreams, you're going to lose people. The people that you think will be your biggest cheerleaders will not be your biggest cheerleaders. They will be the ones that doubt you the most. They will question you the most. And they will say they're questioning you for your best interest, like they know what's best for you. You know what's best for you. The failure to framework method. Number one, identity. And we're going to do an exercise here, so prepare. Like, listen to this. Listen to this, because I'm going to give you an exercise to do, and you're going to do it today. Like, we're going to do it in a few minutes, but strap in mentally now. Identity, or identify. Name the failure, the pain, the scar specifically. Vague wounds can't heal. I make fun of preachers all the time. I was a very unfiltered evangelist, by the way. If you can't tell I'm unfiltered, well, yeah, as an evangelist, I was very unfiltered. I even disassociated on stage. I had no business being an evangelist with mental illness, but whatever. I was. Now I'm just a different kind of evangelist. But saying, I was a no good sinner. I was a womanizer and I was a boozer. I drank and I woke up in my own vomit. Ugh. Like, that has no effect on anybody. I was so bad in school. The teacher used to spank me with a ruler. Make people feel. We are desensitized. You can hear that the Catholic Church covers up multiple sex abuse cases. We can hear that our favorite celebrities and our politicians are in the Epstein files for raping children. We're numb to it. We're numb to it. We have to, please mute your microphone. Respectfully, it's going to kill me if you don't. We are numb to the way that media tells us stories. We got to make people feel. Talk about how you felt when you were abused by someone who loved you, when you were taken advantage of and got pregnant when you were underage and you weren't married and that person left you to survive. As a man, what was it like to be molested by somebody that you looked up to as a father figure? What was it like growing up in the home of alcoholic parents, drug addict parents? What was it like to lose somebody due to the crisis in front of you? What was that like? Deeper and deeper description. Make people feel. Paint the picture. Saying I'm a no good sinner and a womanizer does nothing. What kind of womanizer were you? I was so bad in my addiction. I'm gonna be honest with you. Prepare yourself. And this is recorded. None of it's a secret, by the way. I think this is in a book, or one of my books. I was so messed up on drugs and disassociating that I was married. And the person I married went along with, originally was all about going through my exploits. She would do drugs and we'd bring in other partners, blah, blah, blah. Then she told me she loved me too much to do that. And I was angry because she lied to me. I felt betrayed by my wife, the one I made a commitment to honor and uphold in marriage. My wife betrayed me because now we can't bring in other sex partners to do drugs with us. So I promised I would change. I promised that, oh, I don't need that. I just need you. I started leaving for work at 5 a.m. because when she wasn't paying attention, I was on sex apps. And I would go find people to hook up with, and I would do drugs. There's other times that I would travel that I would go to massage girls, which are really prostitutes. I would do drugs with them, so I would cheat with them, and then I would go to sex parties and other places and to cheat more. My double life had a double life. Doing drugs, having sex with strangers, and sometimes I never knew how many. I didn't get HIV from eating Cheerios or Fruit Loops. I didn't get it from, I mean, I could have, I know I shared a needle too, but I mean, the fact is, I don't even really know. But it wasn't from good behavior. It wasn't on accident. It was like I was asking for it. In fact, I'm almost sure that I didn't even care if I knew somebody was positive. That's how dark and evil and broken I was. And I could be way more descriptive than that, but I'll spare you. But do you see how different that is than saying I was a drug addict? I was a chemsex addict. I was a sex addict. I have HIV. Now you know some substance behind it, and it's way different. And you know what? There's other people just like me. There's other people suffering in that same hell with those same demons. Those stories matter. What did you actually, what did it, when you extract, what did it actually teach you? What did those lessons, these wounds, the failure, the scar, what did it teach you? Strip it to its core. Truth. Not the lesson you wish, the real one. The real issue for me is that I was unhealed, mentally ill. I hated myself. I didn't love myself. I couldn't receive love from anybody. Even the woman I was married to, I just told you the story of, I warned her, stay away from me. I'm bad news. I'm going to break your heart. I knew who I was to some degree, but I knew I was broken. The real truth was, to its core, the most dangerous thing of all the bad things I did was learn to lie. Because lying was the opposite of truth, and where truth sets me free, lies keep me buried in hell. It keeps me imprisoned, my own prison. And then I have to gaslight the people that I love or care about, or the people that love and care about me. I have to gaslight them to protect my lies. I grew up in a home where you need to be honest, son. You need to be honest. You need to tell the truth. But then when my dad would cheat on my mom, or he'd beat the crap out of my mom, and people would want to know what was wrong with me, you need to keep quiet, son. You need to keep quiet and not share the family secrets. You need to keep that a secret. It's confusing for a kid. Heck, I even go so far to say learning to lie about Jesus's birthday. Jesus wasn't born on December 25th, but we celebrate Christmas like it is anyway. Like, that's probably an example that's inappropriate right now, but it's a lie. The people that molested me, actually every person that molested me, don't you say anything, or we're going to beat the shit out of you. We're going to kill you. We're going to tell everybody you're a faggot. 7 years old, 2 adults telling me that. I didn't even know what faggot meant. I was 7 years old. Scared to use my voice, scared to tell the truth. As I get older, I'm now comfortable with lying. It wasn't until I learned to tell the truth of my story, the truth of my testimony, not the version the church wanted me to tell, the real testimony. And I used that example before, oh, I'm a no good sinner, and how it means nothing. You know why? Because when I trolled, for me, God wants us to tell the truth of our testimony, and sugarcoating that shit is not the truth. You're putting a Band-Aid over it so people, you remove the potential for people to try to hurt you, but what you're really doing is removing the path to actually help people heal. The truth matters in every sense of the word. It matters. Your pain, not I'm feeling broken and want to kill myself. Like you shouldn't talk about those things. You'll get thrown in a psych ward. But you want to show people how you did it. You want to show people how you overcome. But when you're still going through a downward spiral, it's okay to cry out for help. But you don't want to bare your soul when you're still in the middle of the pain and you haven't started to figure out solutions yet. Like, I don't think you should go into those. If you're still wounded and vulnerable, don't talk about the wound. The scar is where you've healed. There's a difference. Okay, build. Turn that truth into a repeatable system, steps, principles, and a framework that others can follow. We're going to get into that more. This is your content. Not once, forever. The scar that once cost you becomes the asset that pays you. How you did it. Everybody wants to know how you did it. A good friend of mine, this is right after I'd been homeless. By a miracle, I got a place in Laguna, California. I'd also given my life to the Lord. Yeah, I gave my life to the Lord and then ended up homeless. Like, what is this? But my faith, my commitment was real, so it didn't change anything. I was still committed, and I still believed that there was going to be better days, and there has been. But my friend said, you want to document your journey. Todd Beats. Shout out to Todd Beats. He's not on here, but shout out to him. He said, people are going to want to know how you did it. I'm like, no one wants to hear from me. Like, who am I? I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody. I'm this dude from Oklahoma that just happened to be in California now. But I'm a nobody. I don't have a social media following. I was like getting like 2 likes on every post. 2 likes on every post. That was it. He told me to start sharing my journey, my story. And you know where my journey started? Talking about being homeless, because that's where I was. And then start talking about being grateful for the miracle that took place to allow me, with no credit, to get this amazing spot in Laguna. And Laguna Niguel specifically, I could see the ocean. It was amazing. I'm very connected to the ocean. That's why I'm having a hard time deciding if I want to live in Bamenda or Limbe, because I love the ocean so much. But if he didn't tell me to document my journey, I wouldn't be here today. Like, it was that one act of faith, going on Facebook Live, sharing my journey, that changed everything for me. The wound, don't. Everything went wrong and I don't know what to do. This is asking your audience to carry the weight for you. There's no destination offered. The scar, this is what you do. I lost everything. Here are 5 things rebuilding taught me that no business school will. This is your pain transferred into transferable framework. Okay, exercise time. 2 minutes right now. Complete this sentence. The hardest thing that I have been through is blank. And what it taught me that other people need to know is blank. This sentence is the seed of your most powerful content. The hardest thing I've been through is blank. And what it taught me that other people need to know is blank. 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, y'all use emojis if you're done, please. Thank you. Oh, good, good, good. Okay, I'm gonna wait 1 more minute. Love this. Thank you all. Excellent. Love the participation. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Freaking great, you guys. Thank you so much. This workshop was built for you. I want to say something directly to anyone who wonders whether this world has a space for them. Whether you are disabled, whether you're struggling with your mental health, whether you have no money, whether society has told you that you are not the kind of person who gets to build something. I'm telling you, the creator economy, the storytelling economy, the testimony economy is the most accessible economy that has ever existed. And your specific struggle is not the disqualifier, it's your credentials. The creator economy doesn't care where you started. It only cares about what you have to say. And the people who have survived the most, the disabled, the overlooked, the broke, the marginalized, often the most essential, you often have the most essential things to say. When I was saying that Cameroon has so much to offer the world, here's the thing. If the electricity goes out in America, they're going to freak out. When there's a power outage in America, within a day, there'll be looting. There'll be rioting. There'll be people stealing. And in America, everyone has guns. Imagine how scary that is. The power goes out in Cameroon all the time. If there was no running water in America, there would be looting within a day. Not Cameroon. If the internet went out in America, the whole economy would stop. Not in Cameroon. Y'all are prepared for everything. Prepared for everything. The rest of the world is not prepared for everything. You all are. And that's why I'm trying to tell you, you have much to offer the world. Much. So much. The world is, look, the sooner you all start getting your messages out to the world, the better, because I'm telling you, things are about to change in this world in a big way. And I think the only continent on the planet that's fully prepared for it's Africa. And I won't go into all that because I'll get distracted, but I'm telling you, the whole world's about to change. And the whole world is going to be coming on its knees to Africa, begging for help. But you'll be in a position of power when that happens, and you'll dictate the terms. The meek are going to inherit the earth, and there's no better example of the meek than right here in Cameroon. You remember I said this. If you forget everything else I said, remember what I just said. If you were disabled, create from a bed, a wheelchair, a hospital room, work at your pace, on your schedule. Podcasting needs only your voice. Writing needs only your voice, your words. No employer, no boss decides whether you qualify. You decide. I mean, just being straight up with you, like after this meeting, after I do this today, I won't be able to do anything for 2 days. Like progressively, my head movement's going to get worse. It'll move into my arms, and there's nothing I can do about it. So that means no working for me. When I was in America, like I tried to do my talk show all the time, but my own voice caused me to tremor a lot. And when I would interview people, their voice would hurt me. You can, if you see my old interviews on YouTube or my platform, even TikTok, you see any of those old videos, like it was bad, but I tried to hide it the way I recorded. I tried to hide it as much as possible. But it got to the point that I had to quit. I just couldn't do it anymore. But I dictated the terms. I decided when I would work and because I had no choice. But even when I lost my voice, I couldn't talk for a couple months, like 2 months at all, couldn't talk. That sucked. Because I couldn't do commercials anymore, couldn't act anymore. I lost all of those revenue streams. But do you know what I did? I wrote 9 books. I wrote and published 9 books. Actually, I published more because I published for other people. But since I couldn't use my mouth, I started typing. This course, the book I gave you all, the first version I wrote. And if you read the book, you'll read the story. That's what I wrote. That was the first book I wrote when the tremors started, because I was so convinced I was going to die that I wanted to leave this work behind. To say it's personal to me is an understatement. So the fact that you all showed up today is very personal to me too. Straight up. Straight up. If you live with mental health challenges, I've shared mine already in grosser detail than you probably planned for. But if you're having mentally health challenge, now I'm one that will write when I'm challenged mentally. But if you're not comfortable with that, you can batch the content on good days. Like when you're feeling good, create a bunch. Rest on the hard days. Async creation means zero performance pressure. The one time I won't really create is if I'm angry, because I'm already intense as it is, if you can't tell. But if I'm angry, I put all my energy is too big. I don't like to create then. I actually write more when I'm angry, but I don't really publish that. I write more for me when I'm angry. Your lived experience with anxiety, depression, or trauma is exactly what millions of people suffering in silence need to find. And here's the other thing too. There's a lot of people on TikTok and other platforms that talk about their mental health struggles, but it feels very inauthentic and very showy. This should be raw. Please mute your microphones. Your specific trauma Should please mute your microphones. Thank you. Your specific traumas and the things that you've gone through, make sure it's from your heart. Don't do it thinking that you want millions of people to see it. Do it for the one. Always do it for the one that needs to hear it. I can't tell you how many times, I'm going to be very real with you. One of my biggest issues early on was ego. When I was an evangelist, ego became a problem because I built a huge audience and 500,000 people watching Gratitude Unfiltered when I did the live version of it. And the ego became a monster. And so I started to create what I thought the audience would want to hear instead of saying true to the message and what I was being led to say. Because when I would do those, what I'm led to do messages, I didn't have a big audience. It wasn't people friendly. I mean, I shared things with you today that I would talk about on a podcast, and those things were not popular podcasts. In fact, I would lose followers because of it. And right when I would want to delete the content, I'm like, God, why did I do that? Why did I do that? I thought you wanted me to make this content, and like I'm losing followers, and people are like not understanding. One person would message me and thank me for sharing that message. It's always got to be about the one. And if you can stay true to that, your audience and your revenue streams will build the right way. But if you start on a foundation of trying to impress people, doing what the algorithm wants you to do, screw the algorithms of social media. We're not focused on social media growth here. You're going to utilize social media as a tool, but this is about building your business on your own platform. And that needs to be authentically you, regardless of how many people watch. Build it on a foundation of truth, and you will be rewarded. You will be. Truth will attract your tribe. If you have zero budget, every single tool in this workshop is free. Every income stream has a zero capital path. The most followed creators on earth started with nothing but a phone and something to say. Budget does not determine quality. Your story does. Your truth does. Okay. There are so many free tools out there. CapCut, there's alternative. Okay, one thing I want you to make a note of right now. This is important. This is a trick that helps you learn how to find free things to take advantage of. Everything listed here, CapCut, Canva, Substack, Google Sites, Beacons AI, Quoted, Spotify for podcasters, Claude, ChatGPT, Payoneer, where it says your phone plus these tools equals a fully operational media company. It does. But one thing you can do, because I know for me, I don't like CapCut. I don't like CapCut. So what I can do is search or use my chatbot, give me some alternatives like CapCut. Give me some alternatives to Canva, alternatives to Substack, alternatives to Google Sites, alternatives to Quoted, alternatives to Spotify. Because you may not like the options I'm giving you, but there's alternatives. There absolutely is. So the way that you can fully take advantage of anything I'm showing you today is also by searching for alternatives and finding the one that works best for you. Personally, I use Claude and Gemini. Those are my two chatbots that I use. I use Grok as my search engine. I didn't list those here. Well, I mean, Claude is. I don't like ChatGPT. So just because I have it listed does not mean that this is your gospel. This is like, there's alternatives for you. There's website platforms that I don't like to build on at all. I don't like plug and play websites. I want a web platform that I can just use HTML or Python because I use code. I don't want plug and play. Sorry, this door's trying to open and there's no one in there. That kind of freaked me out. Anyway, that really kind of scared me. I'm not gonna lie. So one thing about Cameroon, you're always alert, like, because you can't just walk in the middle of the street, a motorcycle come by and run over you. Like, you just got to be paying attention all the time. So like sensory wise, it's like always ready. So the door, like, who snuck in there? Anyway. Oh God. Have I told you all I haven't been to sleep? Like, the bus rides in Cameroon are like wrestling a bear, like just for hours. Oh my gosh. Have mercy. 2 days of that. Anyway, I lost where I'm at. Anyway, you do what I always talking about sites. I pick what's best for me. And I take the time, my neurodivergent brain, like I have to see it a certain way or I can't do it. So I pick what works for me. You pick what works for you. Don't let anyone tell you something's best. You can take their advice and look at it, but just because it's best for someone else doesn't mean it's best for you. Okay. The griot economy. Your heritage is your advantage. Long before YouTube, West Africa had griot, the professional keeper of stories whose words were so valued that kings paid to keep them close. That tradition did not die. It moved online. The world is not waiting for you to imitate Western content formats. It is waiting for you. It is waiting for what only you can bring. Don't change who you are to appeal to the masses. Is it cool? Is it good to blend, the styles of Cameroon with other styles that you're influenced with? Sure. Like if you like house music and think about Afro House, Black Coffee is my favorite artist right now. Afro House, that style of music, it's blending house music with Afro music. And the beautiful sounds and the instruments that are used, like, it's incredible. If you like rock and roll, blending a Cameroonian sound with what you would hear in the West, like if that's what you like, do it. But if you are an artist that wants to create truly with your heritage and your culture, then do it. The idea is to be you and express yourself how the way you feel led. My favorite music is music that's fused together with other kinds, with other bridges. Gospel house. I like gospel music. But you know what? I don't like the music they use with gospel music. Do you know what I like? Gospel house. I like a good house beat and gospel choir singing over it. To me, like, nothing's better. But that's me. Fusion foods, blending Chinese and Cameroonian food together, or Mexican and Cameroonian food together, whatever. Like, if that's what you want to do as a chef, do it. It's okay to bring something new to the world. In fact, while I'm thinking about it, this is not on the presentation, but what I've noticed here is the food vendors here, they all sell the same thing. It's the same 4 or 5 options everywhere you go. I'm not knocking you, but it makes it hard to compete, especially when a lot of those people that do those shops, the only reason they're selling that food is so that they can feed their kids. It's tough. I'm telling you, there's so many different things that you can do with the food that you have easy access to, that you can make unique things to stand out. You be yourself, create how you feel led. You don't have to go with what everyone else does. Okay. So here's a challenge. In your notes, write down one thing about your life, your community, or experience that someone from outside Cameroon could never fully understand. There's a lot. There's so much. I'm trying to learn Pidgin and French, and I can't, because every day I'm learning something new here. Like, I only have so much brain space. So this should be easy and fun for you. But write down one thing about your life, community, or experience that someone from outside Cameroon could never fully understand, but desperately needs to. That gap is your market. That's your market to the world. So take this one seriously. I'll give you a few minutes. Is everyone done? Give me some fun emojis. Okay. Let's see. Waiting on a few more. Just like magic. All right. Good job, y'all. Thank you. Okay. By the way, did you like that? Did you like identifying that in your mind? Give me more emojis if you did. Okay, cool. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Good. Thank you. I've never actually done a workshop like this. And again, these are better in person, but to actually make this work online is quite, like, thank God, because if you weren't enjoying it. Okay, hold on. We do have someone joining now. Okay. Peter, you just joined. Make sure your microphone's muted, please. Okay. Storytelling and hooks. This is where it's at. This is going to be fun. Wait. Okay. Storytelling is the oldest technology humans have ever invented. I mean, think about in your own families. I mean, how big was storytelling when there was no televisions? no phones even. What did y'all do? You told stories. You learned about your different cultures, what life was like. I mean, it's just the essence of, I think, who we all were. I'm Norwegian and Native American. And I think I'm part African too, believe it or not. But I'm not going to go sell my DNA to figure it out. But there's got to be a reason I feel so connected here. Like, I mean, yeah. But anyway, like even my culture's in Norway, in Native American storytelling. So I mean, it's intertwined in our DNA, and then we've gotten away from that because we've started to let other people tell our stories, and look where that's gotten us. Long before printing presses, before radio, before the internet, there was fire, a circle of people, and someone who knew how to hold attention. That person had power, not because of what they owned, but because of what they could make others feel. That technology has never gone out of date. Every viral video, every best-selling book, every documentary that won an award, all of them are doing what your grandmother did when she gathered the children and told the story. The forms change, the technology changes, but the skill doesn't. But here's what's important. The whole new economy, when AI is taking so many jobs away, where jobs are not even present, the one thing that will never go away is the power of a story. The power of the wisdom that is shared, the knowledge, the lessons, the education, the value, the entertainment. Now, the technology is going to allow all of these stories that have been hidden from the world to be revealed. All that is hidden will be revealed. There's a lot of reasons for that. But now is an opportunity to truly have that power for yourself and not need Hollywood to do for you. If someone's mic isn't muted, please mute it. Thank you. I do not teach storytelling because it's trendy, not at all. I teach it because it is the most valuable, most timeless, most universally compensated skill a creator can possess. People do not pay for information. Information is free. People pay because a story moved them. People follow because a story made them feel less alone. People buy because a story made them believe change was possible. If you can tell a true story well, you will never, ever, ever, ever go hungry. Ever. Ever. I don't know why it's this way. I don't know if it's a universal principle. I have no idea. But even when I'm be honest with you. So after I surrendered my life, God put it on my heart to serve and only serve. In other words, don't work. Don't find a job. First of all, I was mentally ill and crazy, and my mental health wasn't stable enough. I mean, DID is a problem. So I wasn't healed enough to have a job, but God put it on my heart to serve. And by doing that, I was able to control the amount of time I was around people. I could keep people at an arm's distance. If I disassociated, I could hide. But when I was mentally okay, I could go in and I could share, I could talk. That's why we did the exercise before. And I was sharing with you about, when if you're mentally ill, you don't have to grind it out. Like, you can wait for the good days and then create a bunch then. I give that advice because I used it. But because that's what I was instructed to do, which made no sense, by the way, because everyone says you need a job, you need this, you need that. I just was obedient to what God called me to do. And you know what? I never went hungry. I never was homeless. I became homeless later, and I honestly believe it's because I quit serving and only serving. Started doing work again in a different way than I was supposed to. And but when I was obedient to what I was being called to do, and I'm not saying God's calling you, by the way, to quit your job. I'm not saying that. But some of you are being called to serve in a different way. And I believe when we're obedient to those calls, God is going to provide, because that's one of God's promises. It is part of God's promise. I mean, he's going to provide everything that we need, but we get to be obedient to what we're called to do. And I miraculously lived in Beverly Hills and other places. I lived there for free, but it was because of the work I was doing that someone goes, I've got this guest house in Beverly Hills. I want you to live in it. Like, and I, was able to help and provide value in another way. And then like, I just ran, it was just crazy how it worked. I saw miracles nonstop. It was scary, so scary, so scary. The biggest mistake I made in that journey where I ended up becoming homeless again is that I got married, I got into a relationship with someone. And instead of waiting until I'd finished the work that God created me to do, because of my codependency at the time, and I thought, oh, well, we can be a team. This relationship and I really liked this person, loved them. But I wasn't doing the right thing. Like, I should have remained friends with this person, not jumped in a relationship. And that relationship diverted my path, because that relationship got in the way in what God called me to do. And I'm not here to give relationship advice, but there's nothing wrong with being single, because adding a relationship to your life when you have a mission for something else, especially if you're just called to serve, and if like now all of a sudden you're providing for a family too while trying to serve, that doesn't make sense. In my experience, women want security, and I'm more of a missionary than I am anything. I'm a public servant. And so I do know, I've been able to generate income. Even with disability, I was able to generate income with my books and other things, but really I give away all my services. I'm not here charging for my services. I'm giving everything away because this is what God called me to do. And therefore, it's amazing how I'm provided for. I'm not telling you that that's your path, but I'm telling you that being obedient to what you're called to do, and so many of us are called to tell our stories. It's amazing how God works that out. I believe in the kingdom economy, and I'm not pushing my beliefs on any of you, but if you don't know what kingdom economy means, it essentially means time, talent, and treasure all have equal value. So in giving away value, that's currency in the kingdom. And as crazy as this may sound, I'm blessed by heaven, because of also what I'm able to create does generate income, but I'm also able to give away my services where I don't charge people, because the people I'm called to serve couldn't pay me the amount of money that I would charge. I have services on my website, but really all my time goes to the people I'm called to serve, but God provides. So there's layers to that statement about, if you can tell a true story well, you'll never go hungry. I'm living proof of it, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. My dreams are coming true, and it's happening in the most unlikely way possible. So, I stand on that statement. Why this module matters most. Every other module in this workshop teaches you a tool. This one teaches you a skill. Tools change every 6 months. Skills compound for a lifetime. Storytelling is the skill that makes every other tool valuable. A creator with a phone and a story will outperform a creator with a studio and no story every single time. Before we go any further, understand this. Your stories belong on your own platform, not on Instagram, not on TikTok, not on Facebook. Those are discovery tools. They help people find you. But the story itself, the long version, the deep version, the one that builds trust and earns the sale, that lives on your website, your newsletter, your podcast, your blog, the platforms you own. Social media is the trailer. Your platform is the cinema. You do not pay rent in the trailer. So what I'm trying to say is this. You have a long form podcast, you make a documentary, you write a book, you write a blog. Don't put all of that on social media for free. That is value. That is value. That is your hard work. You use social media to socialize, have fun, but also get people to come to your platform. Opus Pro, opus.pro, opus.pro. You can get free clips there. There's other free clip platforms. You can create a podcast, a full-length podcast. You can cut clips, but in the descriptions of those clips, you can watch the full episode at joshuatberglund.com/media company in a box, whatever it is. But the idea is to always market your platform. You want people coming and hanging out at the platform you own. It's your digital real estate. If you're hanging out on Facebook all day, who does it benefit? When you promote Facebook, when you promote YouTube, when you promote TikTok, do you think you own that? What happens if you get kicked off? I've been kicked off the internet 4 times for telling the truth about things, by the way. I lost my audience every time. And what did I have to show for it? Nothing. Nothing. I talked about organ harvesting or organ trafficking, got kicked off. I talked about what was really happening in Ukraine. If you've seen any of my videos here and I lash out about why Cameroon doesn't get resources, but Ukraine does, I got in trouble for telling the story about what's going on there. I also warned about what was in the COVID vaccine. Got in trouble for that. And then I got in trouble for talking about celebrities that were involved in child trafficking. And oh, by the way, all of that everything I just mentioned has all been proven true. All of it. But I got kicked off. And nothing to show for it. I had to start over. I know people in Cameroon that lose their LinkedIn accounts for no reason at all. They get kicked off Facebook for no reason at all. It happens. TikTok, no reason at all. None. And if you think about it, think about how social media platforms are. They have all of these other features for you. Why? Because they want you staying on the platform all day. They want you seeing the ads. They want you watching the movies, playing the games, surrendering your data. They want that. Why? Why do you think? But you can do the same thing the social media platforms do on your own website. Social media is for distribution, getting your story in front of new people, but clips. 30-second teases that creates curiosity, drive people back to your platform. You always want to point back to your platform. Conversation, light interaction, not a deep relationship. Your platform is for the full story, the version that creates real connection. Your books, You want to capture people's emails. By the way, I had all y'all email me. I'm letting you know right now. I promise you this. I'm not going to put you in some automated email list. I do recommend people do email list, but I don't want to do one, so I'm not doing one. You're not going to get spam email from me. You're not. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to get automated emails from me. It's so annoying. There's a tactful way to do it. Yes, but I don't really want to do that. I just don't want to. But I do recommend people do capture emails because it does matter. It builds authority. Here's the other thing, and we're going to talk about this more, but your website is basically your portfolio. It's your business card. Everywhere you go, joshuatberglund.com. When people want to know how they can follow me, go to my platform. Everything's there. And then when they go to my platform, they see everything I do. I wouldn't promote TikTok if you say, why? Why? I'm monetized on YouTube and don't promote YouTube. I'm monetized on Facebook now, but I don't promote my Facebook. I don't care about that. First of all, on Facebook, I have 2 strikes. After being kicked off Facebook multiple times, I already have 2 strikes. And you know why? Here's why. Because I talked about being sober from cocaine. I got strikes on Facebook where they restricted my account because I talked about being sober from cocaine. Are you freaking kidding me? Because AI reads it, right? And they saw the word cocaine and not the fact that I was sober, and I appealed it and didn't matter. Such BS. It's stupid. In the same way, social media companies make money from people being on the platform. All their revenue streams are on the platform. You should do the same thing. You should do the same thing. 30-second hook on TikTok or Instagram pulls a stranger's attention. The hook ends with one instruction. Read the full story at joshuatberglund.com. They click on your platform. They read the long version, watch the video, listen to the podcast, and join your newsletter. Here's the thing I want to tell you. By promoting the full video on your website, you may not get hundreds of millions of views. You may not, because it's an extra effort to go to your website. That's the point. That's the point. You want real people who want to engage with you and who you really are. The doom scrollers that go, I'm going to say something funny in the comment section. He's got funny hair. And you wrote this emotional post, pouring your heart out and putting all of your energy in it, and someone's talking about how cute you look in that outfit. What? Did you read my post? Did you read my post? I was talking about my trauma and you're talking about my outfit. Or tell me how beautiful I look. That is annoying. But that's the inauthenticity. Plus you got robots. You got robots on social media. And on the platform X, half the time you're fighting with a person that's not even real. Come on. You want real people. Real people. Because if you have thousands and thousands of views on something, that doesn't mean you have thousands of people that like you. How many people here right now is giving someone a courtesy like, where you didn't even read the post, you just liked it because you knew who they were? How many? And then how many of you in the comment section have gone, love this? I've done it. I don't have time to read every post. And I feel guilty when people comment on my content. I'm like, oh God, I need a reply, but I only have so much energy. So I can't give the novel replies that I want to give. The one thing I do like about TikTok though, is you can do video replies. That's fun. You can actually do that on Facebook too. It just doesn't it's not the same. It's not the same. But that's, I want to be more personal. It's just hard to do with social media. So on your own platform, the people that email you or comment or they want to learn more, that's real because they took the extra step. So even though your ego doesn't get inflated, why would you want to lie to yourself anyway? Like, if I looked at my social media numbers, like since I've been in Cameroon, my social media following's grown. But I don't feel like I'm any cooler than I was when I got here. I'm just like the one white guy here. And to some people, it's interesting. And some people don't like me very much. So they want to follow me and watch my content because they don't like me. I'm okay with that. I'm like, whatever. But I care about the people that come to my platform. I mean, I appreciate the people that interact with my content. Don't get me wrong. But the value to me are the people that come to my platform and read my newsletter because I put a lot of work in that. Watch the interviews that I do for my platform. I put a lot of work into it. That to me matters. But it also, like for my customers outside of Cameroon, well, I also know that they're real customers for the most part, or they're closer to real customers than social media. So, so they're not a follower on someone else's app. You're building your own audience when you do this. When you have something to sell, sponsor, or share, you reach them directly. No algorithm is in the way. That's the other thing. To succeed on other social media platforms, like on YouTube, you have to say, please like and subscribe. Like they have all these things that you have to do like a robot. It's just training your brain. But then you go to Facebook, it's different. You go to X, it's different. TikTok, it's different. Like I don't want to read that rule book. I just want to do things authentically. And the only freedom to really be authentic is on your own platform. And I'm telling you, your own platform is the future. It's where all business will be done. Okay. A hook is a single sentence. Sometimes it's a single image designed to do one thing. Make someone want the next sentence. Whether you're starting a podcast episode, writing an article, opening a video, or telling a story at the dinner table, the principle is the same. The first 3 seconds decide whether you get to the next 30. And I'm going to be honest with you. This is another rule that I don't really follow because I really just say what I'm led to say. So sometimes it works where someone's hooked immediately, but I don't do anything robotic. You'll never see me doing the same thing over and over again, ever. Because I don't want to create unless if I'm led to create. I kind of make my own rules, but there are best practices, and that's why I'm going over this stuff with you. Open with the problem the listener already lives with. They'll feel recognized immediately. Like if you've been carrying a story you have never told anyone, this one's for you. I mean, stuff like that works. It does. I don't do it, but it does. I don't follow rules very well, but I do know the best practices because I've set enough workshops and trainings and I have enough certifications to go, okay, well, this is what the platforms want for you. And there is some basic human psychology in all of this, but I'm just a from the heart guy and I always will be. And I have no interest in changing that ever. I just won't. I'm just not going to change. Say something that contradicts what they expect to hear. Curiosity is irresistible. That's a fact. Everything I learned about success in school was wrong. The real lesson came from losing it all. That's a factual statement. I've learned everything in the struggle. I mean, rock bottom is a gift to me. In the same way, suffering is a gift. Where I found the most joy, most gratitude, most freedom. Is it hard? Yeah. But I've never liked anything easy, ever. The confession hook. Open with something honest you've never said out loud. People listen because honesty is rare. It's so rare. Let me tell you how sick and screwed up the world is. And I'm not like calling out women here, but if you're putting a Bible verse between your cleavage, what message are you really sending? You're sending that you need attention. Guys talking about their love for the Lord while they're flexing in a hot tub with other dudes. Why are you flexing, giving a Romans verse with your shirt off? Like, are you trying to thirst trap? Like, what the hell? Like, be real. Like, everything around what you're doing should be real. I'm sorry, cleavage and Bible verses or showing your pecs and flexing your biceps and putting the Bible verse there, thirst trapping. And here's the thing, my impression for the guys that do this, women are not like, oh God, muscles. I went, whoo, whoo, whoo. Like, they don't want to drop their panties because they see your muscles. Really, you just attract the gay guys. Just telling you. And I'm speaking of there's a particular video that I'm thinking about when I give this impression, but I see it all the time. Like, what is your message really about? If you're talking about being broken and finding a way out of it, like, maybe set up your environment to be that. Don't send mixed messages. Be very true and real. And if I hurt your feelings about cleavage and Bible verses, get in line, because I've always hurt people's feelings when I talk about that. Like, it's crazy. And like, now you have these women that do tarot cards on TikTok, and like, they make sure that their boobs are right in the frame. Why do they do it? Are they doing it because they have a message from the divine with their tarot cards? Or are they doing it because they know if they show boobs, everyone's going to go, holy crap, there's boobs on camera, and they're not going to stop staring? You know what? Because here's the thing about boobs. Everyone loves boobs. Gay men love boobs. Everyone loves boobs. It's instant fame on social media if you shove your boobs in the camera. It is. But if you're trying to send a positive message, if you're trying to be vulnerable, real, there's nothing real about that. And you may get attention, but you're not going to get the attention that you really want. That may have offended people, but I mean what I say. Open with the exact question. I did lose somebody when I said that. How funny. Oh, well, it may get worse later. Open with this exact question they've been asking themselves. Now they need your answer. Have you ever wondered why some people's words land deeper than others, even when they say less? Less is more. I'm going to give you another example that's not even about words. Everyone thinks that you need all this fancy editing equipment. You don't. You don't need flashing call to actions and tickers running at the bottom. You don't need all that. In fact, if anything, nowadays it's distracting and people are numb to it. So you're going to spend all this time using flash graphics and other things, and honestly, that could take away from the message. In fact, I would contend that when you post those kind of videos on Facebook and TikTok, they don't do as well. Like, people are watching for you, especially when you're resonating with them and you're looking right into their soul as you speak. They don't need flashing graphics in between that because it's distracting. It doesn't keep their attention more. It breaks away from the message. Less is more, especially in a world where everything is overproduced. If I edit a video, I've noticed this too. If I use my editing software, and every layer of graphics that I add to my video, I get less views. If I just use the raw video, with the exception of a couple, like, cut things that don't need to go there, like the beginning, the very end. And if I just put my logo on it, right? And I just use that raw video. I don't use an opening video. Like I used to have all of these fancy TV-like intros to my shows. Why? Why? I mean, I get bored seeing the same thing anyway. Just start talking. I mean, you do whatever you want to do, but I notice that content does better when it's just a raw video versus something that's produced. Now, if you have sponsors, and when you get in sponsors and do things like that, okay, then yeah, you should do an opening video. You should have, commercials built into what you're doing. That is a completely different story. But this pressure of thinking that you need to be an expert in editing is flawed. You don't need that. You don't need it. If you want to do it, great, do it. Do it. If you're making a movie, yeah, you need to learn how to edit. But if you're just creating content, don't stress out over editing. It's like people don't care as much as you may think. The specific detail hook. Open with a single vivid detail. Specificity creates trust because vagueness sounds like a lie. Going back to this is a bad example, but I'm a no good sinner. Like that. It doesn't resonate. It's vague. How no good were you? Because, here's the thing. I don't want someone giving me advice unless if they've been where I've been. I don't need you talking to me what it's like to be autistic and have sensory issues in every sense of the word. Sounds, smells, touch. I don't need unless if you had it yourself. I don't need someone talking to me what it's like to live with dissociative identity disorder unless if they've done it or they were loved somebody with it. I don't need you to tell me about what sexual trauma feels like if you haven't felt it, because you don't know shit. You don't know what it does to a person's brain. You can read about it in a book, but until you've lived it, you don't know. So the truth matters. The details matter. Vagueness does not mean anything. Does it make people less uncomfortable being vague? Yeah, in some ways, but then they're just questioning you going, is that real? Make people feel with your realness. The direct challenge hook. Challenge a belief they hold. They will stay to find out if you are right. My advice, the advice everyone is giving you about your story is exactly what's keeping you stuck. My very first coach, I had a coach. I had a coach volunteer. I wasn't going to hire a coach. I would rather work with a mentor than a coach. I just would. I'm one of those people, but other people would disagree. I think it's a waste of money. I don't want to ever go to a therapist. I've been to therapy, but I don't know why, because honestly, I go on Facebook Live and work out my problems for free. That's just who I am. I'm different, right? But that's not for everyone. Like, I'm not giving medical advice here, but most of my mental health issues healed from creating and telling the truth, talking about it. Depression went away from talking about it. In fact, I'm going to be, okay, I'm going to be very strap in, because this story is relatively disturbing. But for the sake of this, I'm going to tell it. For the sake of what we're doing, I'm going to tell it. I'd given my life to the Lord and serving faithfully, but I was not cured of my mental health yet. And I used to be a cutter. Like, I would cut myself, and football, American football, not football. that they have here, I would like bloody my knuckles, like punching face mask or headbutting face mask, so I'd bleed. Like I like to feel that pain. I wanted to feel something. I battled with suicidal thoughts, attempts, other things growing up. And for the most part, it went away. Even like through my heavy drug years, it went away. But in my walk with the Lord, I had this period of time that I had really bad suicidal thoughts, but it was unlike anything I ever experienced before. It was the mental warfare that I cannot even begin. The taunts. I'm a visionary. Okay, I see things. I get downloads. I see what's possible for people. I see future events. I see how things connect on a big grand scale. It's a scary but beautiful gift, and I love that I have it. But never in my life have visions been used against me before. I've never even had this happen on drugs, ever. But all of a sudden, I'm getting these images and downloads of how I was going to kill myself in all the different ways. Overdosing on drugs, having my mom find me in very bad situations, taking a shotgun to my, like sticking a shotgun in my mouth and using my toe to pull the trigger, cutting myself, driving off a cliff, like very big images of this. And I was like, I was fighting it, trying to pray it away, praying it away. It wouldn't go away. It would not go away. God, take this from me. Take this from me. Like, please make it stop. Please make this stop. It wouldn't stop. This went on for 3 days. My partner at the time, she was praying over me. Nothing happened. Like praying. And I kept getting these taunts. I'm going to get you. And I pardon the vulgarity, but the taunts in my mind were, I'm going to get you one way or another, motherfucker, so you might as well kill yourself now. Over and over and over again. I'm going to get you one way or another. I've never been as terrified in my life, and I've been held hostage with shotguns with my family. I have a crazy story. I've seen some crazy things, but I've never been more scared in my life then. And I was also never more scared because I was asking God to take it away, and God would not take it away until I heard in this chaos, this really loud yelling in my brain. I heard a whisper. Talk about it. Take this away, God. Take this away. Make it stop. I'm going to get you one way or another, motherfucker. I'm going to get you. Talk about it. A whisper. Talk about it. All of a sudden, it clicked. I don't know if you can find this episode on YouTube or not. I don't know because I got kicked off YouTube too. But it's Gratitude Unfiltered. It's the suicide episode. And that episode was me. I was in Beverly Hills, California. That's where I lived at the time. And I went on my talk show live. And I talked about what was happening in real time. Because God, I told you earlier in this, that God gave me a command to put a spotlight on my shadow world and to show people the supernatural power of truth. Like I didn't deserve the luxury of secrets. Anytime I messed up, I'm going to talk about it openly. Talk about it. It clicked. So I went on my MacBook Air at the time, crappy webcam, really crappy webcam compared to what they have now. And with my partner, we were temporarily married, got annulled, made a lot of bad decisions in relationships. But She was there side by side with me, and I verbalized. She was pretty scared of me after this, I'm pretty sure. But I verbalized everything that was going on with these suicidal thoughts. Guess what happened? The thoughts went away, and they didn't come back. In fact, I didn't have another suicidal thought for 9-10 years. And the only reason I had a suicidal thought was when I was struggling bad with tremors. The depression was heavy because I was having so much taken from me. And I was really upset with God because I had done all of this faithful serving to heal too. And why am I getting another disability after all this time? Those thoughts didn't last, but even there's actually, you can find these videos too on Facebook, because I talked about it then too, because that was my commitment. And guess what? The thoughts went away. Those painful thoughts that cripple us, that hold us back, that get in the way, those thoughts of, you're never going to be any good. You're going to be worthless like your father. You're always going to be a junkie. You're always going to be a deadbeat. You're always going to be a failure. No one's going to love you. You think your dreams are meant to come true? Do you think you're worthy of that? Who do you think you are? Those taunts, those voices, those lies, they're lies. I don't give a shit what you've done in your life. I don't care how much you've failed. The fact that you're breathing today, the fact that you're here today, says that God has something more for you. It's a walk in faith, and it is a cross to bear. The path to purpose, following Jesus, the hero's journey, whatever you want to call it, it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. It's the same path. Every story in the Bible is a hero's journey story. It's all a version of Jesus's story. You can argue that all you want, but go back and read the stories. They're different stories, but they're all hero's journey stories, all by imperfect people doing the will of God. It's a painful journey, but the promise attached to it is amazing. But the only way to really achieve that promise is walking in truth, your truth, the truth of your story, the truth of your testimony. So you can challenge this. The advice everyone is giving you about your story is exactly what is keeping you stuck, because no one knows your story better than you. So you telling your real story from your heart, that's going to shift the atmosphere. People need to feel you. You need to make them feel. And the only way you can do that is with something real. Your story could be the reason why someone doesn't put a bullet in their head, doesn't drive off a cliff, doesn't overdose. Maybe you're the reason why somebody cries out for help. Someone asks for help. Someone makes the decision to surrender their life. A hook without a story is a trick. Hooks earn attention. Stories deserve it. A creator who only writes hooks burns out their audience in a month. A creator who delivers true, useful, deeply felt stories after the hook builds an audience that follows them for life. Use the hook to open the door and then walk people somewhere worth going. Every great story you've ever heard follows the same 3 beats. Once you can see them, you can tell any story. This is not a formula to follow rigidly. It is the underlying shape that makes a story land instead of fall flat. Beat 1, where we were. the starting point, the problem, the situation, the way things were. Without this, the audience does not know what changed. Beat 2, what happened? The turning point, the decision, the realization, the event that changed everything. This is the heart of the story. Where are we now? The result, what is different? What you learned, what the audience can do with it. These 3 beats are the framework to a podcast, to a book that turns into a podcast, a book that turns into a documentary, a book that turns into a documentary and a podcast. Those 3 things right there. Okay. Read this story. Notice how each beat feels different. Notice how natural it sounds, because this is how humans have been told to tell stories. 3 years ago, I was sleeping in a friend's storage room. I had no money, no clear future, and a phone with a cracked screen. One night, I started recording my voice, just talking about what I was going through. I uploaded it. 3 people listened. The next week, 30 did. The week after, 300. Today, my voice has reached audiences in 11 countries. I did not have equipment. I had a story. I told it honestly. If you have a phone and something true to say, the rest is just consistency. Now, that's not my story. That's made up. But that's a framework right there for you to use. And you can stay true to that with multiple aspects of your life, and you literally have an endless content stream. That's the whole shape. 3 paragraphs, a complete story. It works in a 60-second video, in a podcast intro, in a blog post, in a sponsor pitch, in a job interview. Anywhere humans listen to humans, this structure works. The starting point, the problem, the way things were before. I was broke. I was broke is weak. I had 600 francs and 3 days until rent lands. Make the audience care. They cannot feel the change unless they feel where it started. You know, one of the things that reminds me of a story, when I first got my place in San Diego, California, and another place I got by a miracle. The reason I got that place is because I had 3 brands that were going to pay me $10,000 a month to work for them. My Facebook Live videos, I was effective on camera, and these brands started reaching out, wanting to work with me. And so I negotiated a deal that was going to pay me $10,000 a month. And it was one company, but 3 brands under that company, and I was going to work with all of them. I kept asking them in the negotiations, I go, do you watch my content? Do you know what I talk about? They're like, yeah, we think you're great. We think you're great. I'm like, okay. All right. And because I had a skincare line at one time. So like I knew how to talk about skincare. The day I was supposed to get paid, no one showed up. Like nothing. Ghost. They ghosted me. I'm like, oh my gosh, I was supposed to pay rent. Like, what's going on? I'm waiting, hear nothing. I finally call the person, and I'm like, after I've called multiple times and finally got a hold of them, and they said, we can't work with you. You're not a good reflection of our brand. It pissed me off. I was so heartbroken. I was scared to death. I didn't know what to do. You know what I did? I went on Facebook Live and talked about it. I even got fired once for being too flamboyant for a brand. Phil Arena. It was a hyaluronic acid product from, I want to say Sweden. I forgot. Yeah, the owner said I was too flamboyant on video to work with me. But what happened was I did that Facebook Live, and I actually did a Facebook Live for that one too. And I talked about it. I didn't badmouth anyone. I just talked about it openly. Anyway, long story short, I ended up getting my rent covered after talking about it. But I also made the decision because that's what God called me to do, is talk about things like that. So I was being obedient by talking about my struggle openly. And like, this sucks, but I know there's a purpose in it. I know there's a purpose in this suffering, so I'm just going to go with it. And sure enough, like, God used it in a way that I ended up earning the money, and then more importantly, realized that the path for me was to create something that no one could ever take from me. I was going to create my own products. I was going to create my own instead of looking for an agent or looking for some Hollywood studio to build the show for me. I'm going to do it my way and build it. And sure, people may not understand it at first, but this is what feels right to me. And staying true to that is what's led to all of my blessings. Staying true to who you are matters far more than doing what you think will make other people happy. Because let me tell you something, when you give in to make other people happy, to try to fit in, they're going to be your worst enemy eventually, because eventually you're not going to be able to keep measuring up to what they're trying to get you to be. Always be authentic to who you are. You will meet your people. You'll meet your tribe. You will find love in the authenticity of who you are. But when you're being someone you're not, you're never going to feel loved. You'll be around 100 people and feel so lonely. I know. Beat 2, what happened? The turn, the decision, the realization, the event that changed things. Do not skip the difficulty. Real change usually involves a moment of fear or risk. That is what makes it earn. Create emotion. That's where audiences create emotion. That is where the audiences lean in. Beat 3, where are we now? The result, the lesson, what the audience can learn, what the audience can take with them. Do not end with, and that is my story. End with what people can do. What's the actionable step? Turn a story into a tool. The audience leaves changed, not just entertained. 5 stories you already have. If you think you don't have a story, you're crazy. Like, you have so many stories. You have hundreds of them. Maybe you haven't recognized them yet. Start with these 5. Every person in this room has at least one of each. The origin story. So if you go to my website, joshuatbergelin.com or theworldsmayor.com, same website. The World's Mayor origin story is there. Why am I called the World's Mayor? It's not ego at all. It is not an ego name. In fact, if I did have an ego about that name, it would have been kicked out of me, because I was made fun of for years. For years, no one understood why I was called the World's Mayor. The origin story, it matters. How you became who you are, where it started, the first moment you knew this was your path. Even if you did not have the words for it yet, this is a story sponsors, journalists, and partners want to hear before anything else. The lowest point, the moment when everything fell apart, and what you learned from it. This is the most powerful story in your arsenal, because it is the one most people are afraid to tell. The honesty itself is the value. If I can't beat anything in your head, it's the importance of the honest story. The turning point story, the decision, the conversation or moment that redirected your life. Often it is small from the outside, a sentence someone said, a book you opened, a door you walked through from the outside. It is everything. The lesson story, something you learned the hard way that other people are still paying to learn. This is your most valuable teaching content and the foundation of any course, coaching offer, or paid newsletter you ever sell. The witness story, something you saw in your community, in your work, in your travels, that the world needs to know. This is journalism. This is documentary. This is what every Cameroonian creator has access to that creators in Lagos, London, and Los Angeles do not. Storytelling principles. I'm a man in Bamenda is forgettable. I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Is it Pa Inwa? The 70-year-old palm wine seller who sat next to me on the bus from Limbe. That's what you remember. The smaller the detail, the larger the impact. Do not say I was scared. Say my hands were shaking so badly I could not type the message. Be descriptive. The listener has to feel it. The emotion. Like, I know I've shared some very vulgar things about myself here. It made people, I guarantee you, it made people uncomfortable. Good. Good. Because those people that left because they were uncomfortable, guess what? When things are going wrong in their life, they're going to know I'm the person they can come to that won't judge them. I'm used to this. I don't even know. I mean, this is long. I told everybody this is going to go a long time. So it also could be that people have to go. But there's a lot of content here. This is a lot. I'm tired already. But like, I do know that I made people uncomfortable because I make people uncomfortable all the time. But you know what? That's who I am. But I also am that person's safe place now. And I like being that guy. Could I soften my message? Sure. But I won't, ever. I don't care what country I'm in. I'll never soften my message because the truth matters. My truth may not be universally popular. I don't care. Remember, for me, it's the one. If I get down to one viewer, I'm still going to finish this. I'm here for the one. Before publishing, ask, is this actually true? Not factually accurate, emotionally true. Did I really feel that way? Audiences smell performance. They reward honesty. Earned endings. A good ending is not one that makes you look best. It's the one that makes the lesson earn. Wait, it is a good ending is not the one that makes you look best. It is the one that makes the lesson earn the right to exist. If your story ends and then everything was perfect, the audience will stop believing. Let me tell you something about making your dreams come true. It doesn't mean the suffering ends. But you know the joy in suffering, and that's worth it. I miss my family. I miss my family so much. I have a grandson that I love. He's autistic. I found out 2 days ago he's being molested by two people that are supposed to be his grandparents. They're not his real grandparents, but they're supposed to love him and they care for him. I can't be there for him. My stepdad's sick. I'm very close to my mom. I have no plans of going back to America. I'll die if I go back to America. The frequencies there are too intense for me. The thought of not seeing my family ever again is awful. I pray every day that my daughter and grandson will come here. Please mute your, thank you. I pray every day that my daughter and my grandson will be here. Because the thought of not being with them kills me. Oh, please mute, please mute, please mute, please mute. Please mute. Please mute your microphone. Thank you. There's a sacrifice. The point of that was to say, making your dreams come true, doing what God called us to do. Yes, it's joy. Yes, there's promises attached to it. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that everything's going to be perfect. You will never say, then everything was perfect. Ever. There's sacrifice that comes with all of it. But there's the worst sacrifice is not living in your purpose. The thought of not hearing job well done from my creator is terrifying to me. The only reason I'm still allowed to breathe is because I'm living in my purpose. I've never had joy and love in my life until I was living in my purpose. But there's sacrifices that come with it, and I will never tell you differently. I'm not here to tell you that everything is going to be perfect when you pursue your dreams, ever. One story, 1 point. The best stories make 1 point and make it well. If you find yourself saying, and another thing, that is a second story. Save it and tell it tomorrow. That's true. That's actually really true. Leave them with work to do. The strongest stories end with an invitation, not a conclusion. Ask a question, issue a challenge, point them towards something to do, read, or feel. The story does not end with when you stop talking, it ends when they act. In fact, when you tell people what to do, read, and feel, you also command authority. And there's a bunch of leaders in this group. And you just don't know it yet. But when you start issuing, like, offering instruction and telling people what to do, not in a way of like, go clean my toilet, not like that. Not like that. But you'll start to recognize your leadership. Common mistakes that kill good stories, starting with context. So before I tell you the story, you need to understand. By the time I was awful at this. This is actually one of my biggest crutches, is I used to try to preface things, and it's a bad habit to get into. So try not to, so before I tell you the story, you need to understand this about me. Just don't do that. Start in the middle of the action and explain only what is needed when it's needed. Never apologize for your story. This is also hard to do. I don't know if this is interesting to you or not. You're training the listener to dismiss you. Tell the story like it matters. They will follow your lead. And dadgummit, your story matters. Don't let anyone tell you different. Many creators rush past the hard part because it is uncomfortable to sit in it. As I've said, I've been telling you uncomfortable things about me. I'm still sitting here. Is it weird at first? I can't tell you how many times I wanted to delete a video or a post. I'm like, God, should I have done that? Like, I felt led like I was supposed to, but was I supposed to do that? The hard part is the story. Slow down there and let the audience feel it with you. The most powerful stories make the audience the hero. You are the guide who's been where they are. They're the ones taking the journey now. If nothing changed, it is not a story. Like if you're suicidal and you're still wanting to commit suicide, that's not a story. Every story needs a before, a turn, and an after, even if the change is small or internal. There is no problem in sharing your journey. If you're mentally ill, you're battling depression, sharing your journey to healing. If you've had a relapse and say you've been sober for a long time and you've had a relapse and then you're working your way back to sobriety, you can talk about that. You absolutely can talk about that. Be yourself, believe in yourself. You can do anything. These phrases are dead. Every audience is, you've heard it you've heard it 10,000 times. Earn a real ending instead. Liquid content, one story everywhere you own. Once you have your real story written and told well, here's the model. Every story lives permanently on your platform first. Your platform is everything. It's where all your money is. And we're going to get to revenue streams in a second. It'll live there permanently. Full version of your blog, audio version of your podcast, video version embedded on the website, the complete deep version, all under your personal domain. The reason for an email list. I don't do this, except for LinkedIn. LinkedIn does it automatically. I utilize the LinkedIn newsletter feature, and it's a powerful tool. I do actually like that and use it. But I'm not the one that sends the email. It does it automatically. But you don't have to deal with algorithms. It just goes directly to your subscribers. Now you can use clips on social media. Hey everybody, hope you guys are doing great today. I just posted a new blog on my platform, joshuatberglund.com. Go check it out. And you put the link in the description, you're done. Easy. Before you publish a story anywhere, ask, if every social media platform disappeared tomorrow, would this story still be live somewhere I own? In other words, if you share something on your social media and you got kicked off social media, what would happen to your business? It needs to go on your platform first. Then post the teasers on social media, always in that order. Your local story has global appeal. I filmed a documentary in my village with a Nokia phone is far more interesting to the world than here's how to use CapCut. Lead with the specific, the local, the real. The internet is full of generic. It is starving for true. Okay, so going back to your 3-beat story, it's a challenge time for you all. Right now in your notes, write a 3-beat story. Use the structure, where I was, what happened, where I am now. 3 short paragraphs. 1 moment from your life. Do not edit it yet. Just get it down. This is the seed of your first piece of platform content. Once it is written, you will publish it on your platform first. Tease it on social media to drive people back. This is the whole architecture in one exercise. So, where I was, what happened, where I am now. You all can do this. Take a few minutes and then start doing emojis when you're done. Good job, Warren. Excellent. Excellent. Victor. This next section is going to go quicker. Good job, Emmanuel. Brent, good job. Thank you. Okay. I think there's a couple more. Okay. Thank you. I think there's one more. Excellent. Okay, very cool. By the way, thank you all for hanging on so long. This is a lot of information. A lot. I know that. I know it. And I am going to be transcribing, as I told you. This is being recorded. I'm going to give access to this after. But, you know, hopefully you all can use it then for anything that's missed. Okay, the AI squeeze. Why the time is now. AI is a great tool, but it is not meant to speak for you. It's not meant to take your creativity. It's not some, people that want to use AI video of them talking. Like, no, you're missing the point. At least for me, in my perspective. But this is a very powerful tool if used correctly. Same way with the computer and the internet. The internet is a great tool if you use it the right way, but it also can be something that can take your freedom away too. It's just all about personal responsibility. AI is not a demon. Could it be a demon? Sure. So could the internet. Money can be a demon. All depends on how you use it. Okay. So Google traffic is going down. Like, people Googling things is fading away. It's almost irrelevant. It's because you can, like, I love Grok as a search engine now because I get the exact information that I want. But it's dropping. Like in 2024, it's dropped by 33%. It's probably at 60% now. But AI optimized media, and AI means, listen, I didn't build my platform just me by myself. My original platform, yes, but to reshape it, to learn how to code, to keyword search, to build AEO, I've used it for a lot of tools, and especially when I developed a disability where I was sensitive to frequencies, I couldn't work with other people, so I had to do all of it myself. And if you've ever been through my platform, there's a lot there. And so I did all that by myself. And it's been an amazing tool for me. It's an amazing tool for people who are disabled or neurodivergent, especially. And so this actually number has grown. So $250 billion creator economy is growing. It's going to be in the trillions by 2030. Trillions. Every single business will be a media business. You won't be able to be a doctor without being a media company. A teacher will be a media company. Homeschooling, if you're a teacher, homeschooling is huge for you internationally, especially with real-time translation. You could be teaching, you speak English, you could be teaching in French and Chinese and Dutch and Spanish, Portuguese, Italian. Real-time translation. The creators economy is all of us. Where other people will look at it as, oh, AI is taking the jobs away. It is. But most of those jobs people didn't want to begin with. We are so far away, and I'm not going to blanket statement this, but so many of us are so far away from what our original creation was to do and what we were meant to do. Like, we go get these jobs and we go to college because that's what our mommy and daddy wanted for us. But what if that's not your actual gift? My dad wanted me to do what he wanted. I mean, and I did it. I did that job. Like, the reason he wanted me to do it is why I hated it. But the joy I found in it was from something that shaped my life forever. I loved working with complex disabilities. I was in healthcare for 18 years before I got into having a skincare line and working in entertainment. But he was all about trying to get me to, he didn't want me to pursue my dream at all. He fought me on it. And you know what's funny? I don't hate my dad anymore by any means. But one of the things that I remember most about my father is him saying to me all the time, I gave up. His band had 2 top 10 hits, and they had an opportunity to go on a world tour, to be the headliners in a world tour. Think about it. If you're a musician, someone's going to pay you millions of dollars and you're going to go on a world tour to play music. His dad told him, you need to go to college and get a degree. Instead of wait. He didn't want to wait. So he went to college to make his dad happy. Guess what? My dad got someone pregnant. Got actually 2 kids with that woman who he married, and he hated that woman, by the way. Hated that woman he was married to. And I remember my father saying over and over and over again, I gave up on a world tour because my dad wanted me to go to college. And I'm like, don't you regret that? He goes, well, you would never be here if I did. I'm sorry, but I don't look at that and go, well, thank God I'm alive. All I remember is my dad gave up on his dream. And that's stuck in my head. And it's exactly why I will never give up on mine. Because I'm not going to tell my kids I gave up on my dream, especially when I talk about those dreams being placed inside of you for a reason. And now we're in a creator's economy. The creator created us to create. No matter what it is that you love to do, your hardship, your pain, your gifts, your talents, all need media to bring it to life. And it's never been more accessible than ever. You don't need giant cell phone towers. You don't need giant buildings to have a media company. You need a phone. A phone. Sovereign media. You own the platform, the audience, and the content. No algorithm eviction ever. Liquid content. One piece of content can become 8 or 10 pieces distributed everywhere. Together, these are the most powerful content strategy at any budget level. I said this at the beginning, but my book, The Devil Inside Me, turned into a movie, but also 11 short films. It turned into a podcast. It wasn't called The Devil Inside Me, but it launched Gratitude Unfiltered. That gave me the opportunity to start speaking on stages. That gave me the opportunity to fall into production. It became the source of multiple revenue streams, one book. And then, because the book I wrote was so, written honestly, I didn't, and really my message is really to young people, but I didn't want young people reading that book. So I ended up writing a second version of the book that was softened, called A Fight for Me. It was a different style book completely. But then that turned into a podcast too. And a part of the framework for everything I do in media. So one piece of liquid content can turn into endless pieces of content. And every piece of content on your platform is a revenue stream. Ask yourself this honestly. If your biggest social media account disappeared tomorrow, would you still have a way to reach your audience? If your answer is no, that is exactly what the rest of this workshop will fix. Filming professionally in Cameroon. I have filmed in Bamenda during load shedding. I've recorded audio on streets where motorcycles don't stop. I have uploaded video from connections so slow, the progress bar takes longer than the edit. None of it stopped a single video from going out. Equipment is not the problem. Knowing how to work with what you have, that is the skill. Never sweat humble beginnings. Don't sweat small beginnings. Cameroon is the best ever in the world at this, doing more with less. If you're a good steward of what you have, you will be blessed with more, I assure you. So, lighting. 6 a.m. and 5 to 7 p.m. here is amazing lighting. This is the premium time to film. Those of you with crappy cameras, who cares? Film at 6 a.m. or 5 p.m. Face a window directly. Never sit beside it. It creates a shadow on your face. Avoid harsh midday outdoor sun. Squint in your eyes. Like I sun gaze, but the best videos are when you can look into the eye of the camera and deliver your message. Because if I'm looking at you like this, I can't see you. You all are down here. All of your pictures, the ones that are on camera, I can't see you. But does it not look like I'm talking right at you? Right into your soul? Right into your eyes? Can't you see the whites of mine? They're probably bloodshot because I haven't been to sleep yet. But it's way different than here. Or, so, what's up, everybody? How you doing? Or, okay, everyone. Like looking down at people? No. Right there in the eye of the camera. Let people see your eyes. So the time you film matters. You can do a phone torch behind a white cloth. Candles actually are great behind the camera. Always use more light than you think. The lighting in this room sucks, and I'm not practicing. I didn't want to, I would sweat to death if I did it out in the living room and or outside today. I was going to do it outside, but it's just too hot. But like where I'm at, I'm not practicing best practices, but good lighting, you can never have enough. Now, a lot of times, this is not true. Like I actually like the microphone on my phone. It picks up the bass in my voice. So I actually don't use earbuds at all. Plus they affect my brain too much. So I don't really even use that. But most of the time, earphone microphones are better than your built-in speaker. Hold the earphone mic 10 centimeters from your mouth. Close, but not touching. Early morning means quieter streets in most Cameroonian cities. Hang a blanket behind you to absorb the echo indoors. If you're in a room that echoes, that sounds terrible through a microphone. So if you need to use blankets, use blankets. It really helps. And good quality audio matters as much as clear video. Maybe even more. Tiled bathrooms create natural reverb for music recording. CapCut has a feature with noise reduction where it removes most street background noise in one tap. Sometimes phones have it built in too. Framing, I talked about this already. So eyes at the upper third of the frame, I basically mean I stare at the eye of the camera, not centered. Arm's length from the phone for talking head content. This is very powerful. And I look at the eye of the camera too. A clean, plain background. I hate this background. It drives me crazy. Like, I don't like this background at all. A simple wall would be better. Like, it really would. Especially if you're going to do call to actions and have any logos. Vertical for TikTok, Reels, Stories. Horizontal for YouTube. Horizontal for YouTube. This for TikTok. Oh, unless if you're really solid and good with moving around with the camera. Like, I like to move around a lot. I prefer my walking around adventure videos than I do sitting still. But if you're going to be still, or if you're going to be talking at people for a while, stabilize the camera. Set it, use a rubber band, set it up against something solid. Most phone shots are taken too wide. So move closer to the subject. Okay, I think you all relate to this. Having a power bank, those cost money, but it's the most important creative tool in Cameroon. I have a solar powered power bank, and it is like a blessing beyond blessings because of how many times I've gone 5 days without power. And you all know this better than I do. I'm new here. But when I was doing my research about what I needed before I came, whoo, that power bank. Oh, something else. And I don't do a good job about this, but I'm a storyteller. But when you're starting out, and I'm also, I came with a phone from America that I'm still paying for, by the way, because we have all these financing programs where they basically give you the phone, but you pay for it for 2 years. Yeesh. But not everyone has that super quality phone. What I highly recommend is recording video under 3 minutes. 3 minutes. It manages battery and storage. And something that's effective, write this down, doing video series. When you're prepping for content, I don't even know if I have a content planning section, but when you're thinking about content you want to create, do video series. This is great on YouTube. You can do this on TikTok. You can even do it on Facebook, really. But you can do like a series of 10 3-minute videos, or a series of 7 because there's 7 days a week. Or if you honor the Sabbath or have another religious day that you honor, 6 days a week. But do a series. And what you do in that short video, you can even say, stay tuned for the next segment of this video series or whatever's good for you. But video series can be turned into podcast series very easily. And this is not on here at all. But in creating a podcast, I think the days and age of doing like 10 seasons of something, it's old. I've created so many different forms of podcast. Now I created a podcast where it's essentially whatever I want to create. Sometimes I do spoken word, sometimes I do interviews, sometimes I do more journalism, but it's set up to be whatever. I just did that because I wanted to do it. Doesn't mean it's popular. I don't care. I just do things the way I want to do them. But when you do mini series, think about a Netflix series. A series, it's only got 8 episodes. I'm more likely to watch that than get sucked into something that's 10 seasons long. I get bored. I'm like, you flew the shark or whatever that expression is. Jump the shark. Like in season 4, now you got 6 more seasons of this, and you killed my favorite character? Nah, just give me the series of 8. I'm good with that. That can be very effective for you, especially when you're trying to establish yourself as an expert. This is not on the worksheet. So write this down if you find value in it. If you're an educator and you have a lot of different things that you like to teach, do series. Do series. It could be woodworking. It could be agriculture tips. It could be teaching. If you're a relationship expert, boom, do that. And then you want to do something that's more personal, that's more talking about your journey through trauma. Boom, do a video series out of it. Those video series can be turned into blogs very easily. And it allows you to establish yourself as a multi-niche expert. The days of niching out into one thing are over with. Over with. Okay. Airplane mode when filming saves battery without losing the shot. Keep your phone cool. Heat kills battery and video quality. Close all background apps before recording to free the processor and RAM. Charge fully the night before any important filming day. Okay, this is the slow internet tip. Compress the video in CapCut. There's other platforms to use, but compress the video because when you record on your video, the file size is big. Compress it. Upload off-peak hours, 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. One thing I've learned about Cameroon and Africa doesn't sleep like the rest of the world. The days of going to bed at 9 o'clock at night and waking up at 5, like that doesn't work here at all. I've noticed because when I was driving in at 5 o'clock this morning of my all-night bus ride, like on the way, there was bars open all night. And then at 9 o'clock this morning, when I'm out for my run, there's still people still drinking. I mean, it's like people just don't sleep here. And then people also work to adjust to an international schedule. So offloading, like just working non-peak hours is something normal for you all. I personally like my normal sleep schedule. But I don't have that here either because I've actually gone 2 days without sleeping. Oh, reminds me of my younger years, but I stayed awake for different reasons back then. I just couldn't sleep on the bus. Anyway, so what I've also noticed here, there is free Wi-Fi at random places, cafes, sometimes hotels, universities. Use that. YouTube allows low resolution upload first, then re-uploading to HD later. Oh, you want to save everything into the draft before hitting publish. That way you never lose your work. I made this mistake a lot adjusting to Cameroon because I kept losing internet connection. And so I would upload something and have to start over. I would kill 3 days trying to upload a podcast. And my podcasts were longer. So it just took forever. Schedule uploads to post automatically when Wi-Fi returns. Load shedding, edit offline, CapCut, InShot work fully without internet, which is really cool. You can download all the app assets before power cuts. Save your drafts constantly. Do not rely on autosave. Keep a paper content calendar for days when all devices are charging. Voice memo captures interview audio with zero data needed. That's a great tool, by the way. Also, this is a new tip. This is not in here. The easiest way ever to write a book. Easiest way, especially if you're a scatterbrained person like me. Unless if I'm hyper-focused, I'm a scatterbrain. What I like to do when I'm writing a book, I'm actually got an idea for a new book today. I'm actually excited about this one. When I find permanent residence here, I'm going to write this book. But what I like to think about is all the chapters first. I try to find 20 chapters. It doesn't mean you're going to use 20 chapters. It doesn't mean that. But think of 20 chapters. Write them down. Don't start writing a single chapter until you've written 20 chapter titles. And then when you're ready to start writing, maybe you actually do want to write. Maybe that's what you want to do. Maybe you want to handwrite. That sounds exhausting. Maybe you want to type or voice record. What I like to do, I kind of add this as to my quiet time when I'm spending time with God. After I'm done, I'm like, okay, I read each chapter title and then I say, what do I want to write about today? What speaks to me today? And then I see that word and I go, oh, there you go. And for me, I'll go on Google Meet, what we're on now, which transcribes, and I'll just hit record and transcribe. And I'm just going to start talking that story, that chapter out. I'm going to write it all. And it doesn't matter if I go, oh, shoot, like it doesn't matter. Because guess what? I can edit that transcript. It's going to transcribe it. Then I can go through and read it later and shape the article. And if you're not great with grammar, guess what? You can use your free AI tool to help you edit, because you don't need to pay for an editor. But then you've written all the stuff, all the content. You talk for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, whenever you're done. Save it. That's one chapter. The next day, okay? You may jump around, but here's the thing. One of the most difficult things about writing a book is writing something that you don't feel like writing that day. In fact, what you'll end up doing is realizing that some days you can write 2 or 3 chapters because you're so inspired by the work you just did. It's the easiest way to write a book. Then you have the full transcription, and then one by one, you go through and edit. After you edit, you piece the book together. I mean, there's other steps, but that's the hard part. It took me forever to write a book. I dreamed of writing a book, being dyslexic and neurodivergent, all these problems, no attention span. It took me 20 years to write my first book. I tried multiple times. I used that technique to write my first book, The Devil Inside Me. It's probably the best book I've ever written. All the rest of my books are kind of educational or more futuristic, but I'm more proud of that book than I am any of them. But I've used that technique to write every single book. And I can write books quickly because of that. Doesn't take me a year. Anyway. Okay. Before any film session, keep the battery above 70%. Storage above 2 gigs free. Background apps closed. Airplane mode on. Earphone mic plug in. Light source confirmed. 6 steps. Professional results every time. Good lighting will make a bad camera look good anytime. And frankly, there's so many good apps out there like Canva. If you're doing a 3-minute video, you can enhance the image quality, the video quality through Canva for free. Okay. Who wants to do an exercise of recording video? Give me some emojis. Warren. 1 person. 2 people. Emmanuel, Vera, Raymond, Seraphine. Hope I said that right. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. And if you're on your phone now, if you have to leave or go out of you'll probably have to go off the screen. And that's okay. You can come back. But I really want you to do this. I want you to plug in your earphone mic, record a 15-second clip. But you need to do this where you're facing the nearest window for natural lighting, because it's 2 o'clock. You should have pretty good lighting right now. I want you to compare the audio and light quality to your, we didn't do the earlier recording, did we? Okay. I don't know how I skipped past that. I'm embarrassed. We were supposed to do another recording. Okay. What I want you to do, if you're willing to do it, you can leave and do this. But I would like for you to record a 15, even 30-second clip. You're not going to share this with anyone. But what I want you to do is share something from your heart. So you're going to have the camera. You're going to look at the eye of the camera. And I want you to practice one of the stories that we talked about, like, maybe telling your why. Practice one of the, what was it called? The, I'm forgetting the name of everything. The beats. Use the 3 beats. Use the 3 beats, and then we'll go from there. this is where I'm at right here. So use the 3 beats, 15 to 30 seconds if you can do that. Record that video, but get in your heart. You're gonna save this for you. You're not gonna share this. You're not gonna show it to anyone unless if you just want to. But share something. But really, really practice making good eye contact, getting good lighting, and when you go back and watch this later, I want you to. This is something I want you to be able to go back to later and see yourself as you continue to grow in your content journey and watching the confidence that you begin to speak with. Because something you're going to notice, if you can look at yourself in the mirror and talk, you'll be able to look at other people in the eye and talk. You'll be able to speak confidently. You'll be able to speak from stage. You'll be able to present in front of other people simply by looking at yourself, talking, making eye contact with yourself. So give it a shot. Take a few minutes and do that. Okay. If you're, okay, this time I need everyone to comment. If you're done, just comment, please, if you can comment. Done. Wait, is that? Comment if you are done. I'm gonna wait till everyone gets back. Oh, you're raising your hands. Okay, closer. That works too. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Warren. Well, I hope everyone's taking it serious and didn't just leave. Good job, Brent. Thank you. Please comment if you're back and done. I got 3 people out of the 11 here, 12 people. Thank you, Boris. Okay. All right, I don't want to keep going until I know everyone's back. If you're back, please comment. Some of you are recording full podcast episodes. Is everyone back now? Please comment, give me emojis, something. I think. Okay. Another person back. Also, if you need to stretch right now, like stand up and stretch, it's okay. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Let me know if you're back, please. Hmm. Hmm. Um, really wasn't supposed to be a podcast episode. Okay, Brent, I know you're back. Who else is back? Please comment. I don't think anyone actually left the screen. Okay, thank you, Leslie. Who else is back? Thank you, Warren. Okay. Please comment if you're back. If you already commented, I can see you, so don't worry about it. I just don't want to go start again because the next part's actually important. It's all important, but this next part's important. Okay. I know you. Thank you, Seraphine. Hey, do they have pizza in Cameroon? Is pizza a thing here? Victor. Victor's the only one I can see. They do have pizza here. I wish I could order pizza for everyone. Yeah, yes. I'm going to post this after it's over. Yes, that's a good question, Tamby. Absolutely. It's actually going to be on my platform. I'm going to put it on my platform because why? Well, here's an example. I'm going to transcribe this. The video is going to be up. The whole presentation will be up. I may even turn it into a podcast too, which probably doesn't make sense. Being a podcast, I'll do clips, but it's all going to be on my platform. So when I share it into the group, it's going to be on my website link. Why? Because that's my digital real estate. So, and when you teach workshops, you should do the same thing. Even when I post it on social media, it's going to be the website link. Why? Because I want people on my platform. I don't own WhatsApp. I don't own that. I don't own Facebook. I don't own X. I don't own LinkedIn. But I'm going to share my website link on there. Hope that makes sense. All right, I'm going to keep going. This has gone on for a long time. I'm sensitive to your time. We have more to do, though. Okay. Absolutely, Tammy. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. I'm just grateful that you showed up, and I hope you found value in when you were here. The name on the internet. This is your billboard. When people look you up and go, who is that person that calls himself the world's mayor? So they can either search the world's mayor and find me, or they search my name, Joshua T. Berglund, or Tala. They're going to find me. It's the single most important move you make. If you cannot afford to buy your domain yet, it's okay. It's okay. But it's the most important purchase you make is your name, how you want the world to know you. If your name is Madonna, Madonna.com is taken. But like your name, how you want the world to know you all over the world, it's the most important domain you buy. Not your business name, your name. Because your business is attached to you and you may start multiple businesses. And yes, you may have multiple domains, but the most important website you can own is your name, yourname.com. Social media platforms can suspend you, delete you, change their algorithm. Your domain is yours. When your name appears this is important. When your name appears consistently across your domain, social profiles, IMDb, and media mentions, AI systems recognize you as real, authoritative entity. This is how you will get cited by AI chatbots instead of ignored by them. Remember, search engines, people are not going to Google as much. They're using chatbots. And if you don't have yourself indexed correctly, no one will find you. And let me give you good news. Not many people take this advice. If you take this advice, you will benefit. I promise you. I know from experience. I'm discovered through AI chatbots way more than I ever could with search engines. Do you know why? Hear me out. Listen to this and take heart to this. I don't pay for advertising. But when I build my platform, when I build my blogs and I build my content, I make sure it's all indexable by AI chatbots. So when people are searching for information, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I don't pay for advertising because the chatbots promote me. I talk about things that other people don't talk about, and I'm indexed for that. So I can bypass not using advertising dollars because of what chatbots do for me. It will help you the same. Your story is unique to you. But this is why buyingyourname.com matters. You can go to namecheap.com, namecheap.com. There's other sites just like it. But you want to find your name.com. That's the website you want to buy, whether you build a website or not. And here's the thing, building a website's so easy, it's stupid. It's stupid how easy it is. Because you can use a chatbot to help you now. You can build it with code where it's beautiful and has all the built-in features, and we'll talk about that more later. You could register your domain for a couple of years. You should do that at minimum. It'll be 10 to 15 US dollars. You can enable Whois privacy. This is free with most registers. This keeps your personal contact details out of public records. Use the same name everywhere. I know several artists that are really talented, but they have 15 different names. They use different names on social media. They have different handles. It's so confusing. It's so confusing. I don't even know what to call them. It confuses the audience. Use your same name. That's why I use Joshua T. Berglund. I have the world's mayor too, but those are factored in a lot of times together. But my name is more important. I mean, well, actually, the worldsmayor.com has value because eventually there will be a one world government. And well, I own the worldsmayor.com. It's actually a really valuable website. Even before I told everybody I was the world's mayor, I bought the domain. When God gave me the vision for it, I'm like, okay. And I bought it. I paid like $6 for it. And now it's worth, I haven't looked at it in a year, but it was worth like $3,000 the last time I looked. So, you know, whatever. Okay. But you want to use the same name everywhere. It matters. Your IMDb quoted, it matters. Okay. Your platform, the one thing you own. I'm not going to actually spend 30 minutes on this section because I've said so much of this already, but I'm going to say it again. Your website is not optional. It's your platform. It's the business of the future. I don't care what you do. You need a platform. It's how all business will be done. Your online community is tribal, and your community in real life is tribal. That's how it is. That's how it's going to be. The world is about to change. The world of smart cities, 15-minute cities, is going to force tribalism in communities. I'm going to tell you something that you may think I'm crazy for, but I've shared enough that's probably made you think I was crazy, but you're still hanging in there anyway. We're coming into a world of social credit scoring. 15-minute cities where people will be on universal basic income. You do not want to be on universal basic income. That money is not free. That money is not free. It comes with a lot of red tape and a lot of warnings. You will not be free if you are on universal basic income. You will be a slave. And I don't say that word to be insensitive. Frankly, there's a lot of people from all walks of life that are slaves and don't even realize it. In the music industry, the film industry, slavery, there's debt slavery. There's so many forms of slavery, it's nuts. And I don't, the horrific injustices of the slavery that is most popular or most widely known, what I witnessed at Bimbia, like, unfortunately, I mean, that slavery still exists. I mean, heck, even forced immigration is a form of slavery. But this universal basic income world in smart cities, that's not a slavery that anyone's going to like. What I'm teaching today is the alternative to that. So yourname.com is everything. Endless revenue streams. The people that are on universal basic income will not be able to afford to travel because they won't be able to afford the carbon tax. The carbon tax is us. We are the carbon that's being taxed. If you're on universal basic income, you will not be able to afford to do that. But if you take advantage of the creators economy, you will be free and you will thrive. That's why your story matters. That's why your platform matters. And you can disagree with me all you want, but I could argue for 12 hours on why I'm telling you the truth. This information that I'm telling you today, I didn't pull out of my butt. I've been studying Agenda 2030, Agenda 21, the Rockefeller Future of Industry reports. I know the technocratic government system. I'm a technocrat. There's different types of technocrats. We are in a technocracy now in America. America is a technocracy now, not the right kind. I believe in artifician governance. That means the creators lead that world. The system that I created, and I'm not the inventor of artifician governance, the guy that invented it was killed. But my system is very much borrowed from that, where the people that create the goods, they're the ones that benefit. The creator of the art, the ones that create and show off their talent, the ones that create and teach. They are the main benefactors. It removes the need for governance. It removes the need for dependence on governance. It's the Walt Disney model flipped upside down, where the executives are not the ones that make all the money, the creators are. The executives get paid, but they get paid by supporting the creator. It balances the ecosystem too. It creates a fair and just society. Build your platform. That's the point of this. It's freedom. It's a sovereign plan. Think of your website as your business. Everywhere you go, you're in business. When people ask for your social media, check out my platform. All my social medias are there. And when they're there on your platform, they get to see everything else you offer to the world. People ask what you do. Oh, you give them the 30-second bit, but check out my platform. So when you're on all of these different platforms, why are you promoting a bunch of things you don't own? If you own a website, you've centralized all your content into one place. One thing to promote that you own. If people want to go to your TikTok, great. Facebook, great. But they come to your platform to get it. It houses all your social media links. It serves as a portfolio for sponsors and media. It drives traffic from every platform back to you. It builds SEO and AEO authority under your name. AEO is where chatbots index you. You survive every algorithm change. This progress path, there's a lot of different ways to do this. I highly recommend you check out Beacon's AI card. You can follow this plan however you want. There's so many different ways to customize it. I'm not even going to go into all this. Okay, the multimedia blog, the most important thing that you can ever do. Ever. This is like the vehicle for everything on your platform. A multimedia blog is simply embedding a video. You can use YouTube or CapCut because CapCut allows you to embed videos. You can direct it directly onto the page. It keeps people there longer on your website. And even when the YouTube video is hosted on your website, you're still benefiting from YouTube. Like YouTube is a search engine. Podcast player, Anchor, Spotify. That's hosted on your website too, your platform. And then the written word, your written article, the transcript from the podcast, the video. You can use that to shape an article. So you have the video, the article, and the audio. Every one of those has, it looks like three things, but think about it. An embedded video in embedded video, you can promote products, affiliate products, sponsors. Everything on the screen is monetizable. That's why your background matters. Podcast, live reads, using your words to promote a product. Written articles. Written articles can have banner ads, affiliate links. Those are revenue streams. You do not own YouTube. You do not own Spotify, but every platform indexes your content and sends people back to the one URL you own. When AI searches for information about your topic, it finds your name appearing on YouTube, Spotify, and a written article, all pointing back to your website. That is what builds entity authority faster than anything else. You are everywhere, but you own the center. You can be on all the other platforms, but everyone comes back to your website. That's why it's important. Choose your platform, build it on your phone. You can go through this part, Beacons AI, WordPress, Substack, Card, they're all free. You can all build a website here. Google Sites, free. You can do self-hosted WordPress sites where you have full ownership and control, 3,000 francs a month. It's relatively inexpensive, but you can search other free alternatives too. Remember what I told you at the beginning. You can look at any of these and search for alternatives. 5 pages that you must have. Home. Who are you? What do you do? Your one big statement. You're about. Your story, mission, credentials. This is where people decide if they trust you. Your blog, multimedia posts, what we just talked about. This is what AI indexes. Contact form. How do people get a hold of you? Email form, booking link, your WhatsApp button. Make it effortless to reach you. Look, some people want privacy. I'm sorry to tell you, we don't live in a privacy world. Nothing's private. Get used to not being private. So be careful what images you send to people. Just being honest. Press and media. You need that too. Your IMDb link, Internet Movie Database. Quoted citations. We're going to get into that in a second. Media coverage. If you appear on people's podcast, if you're a guest on someone's podcast, write this down. Write this down. This is not included. You're going to be able to do this with Quoted too. But there's a website called matchmaker.fm. It sounds like a dating website. It's not. Matchmaker.fm. You can get yourself booked on podcasts there. You can even list your own podcast there. You can also look for alternatives to matchmaker.fm to find other ways to get yourself booked on podcast. Those podcast interviews you want to add to your press and media. The hosts love it too. They'll help promote you more. Okay, we don't have to do this exercise right now because I don't want to lose people. I'm going to keep it moving. But I challenge you at the end of this to go to Beacons AI and do a free account using your creator name, average photo, 1-sentence bio, links to all of your social media. Now you have a live professional media hub. Share this URL in the WhatsApp group. That's something I want you to do. That's a homework assignment. We're not going to do it right now. Free tools that work today. CapCut, video editing, auto captions, noise removal. It's a professional video from your phone. InShot, same story. You can resize the content for every platform. Canva. Canva is a great photo editing website, and you can use it for free. There's a paid version that is exceptional. To me, the paid version of Canva is well worth it. But if you don't have the money for it, don't sweat it. But you can even edit video. You can do cool things with video on Canva, and they always do free workshops. They're great with this. Spotify is a great place to distribute your podcast globally, and it's free. Substack for newsletters. Now, listen. Substack you can get paid subscriptions. You can't do that with LinkedIn. If you were already active on LinkedIn, it's a really great platform. I think the only reason I'm on LinkedIn is for the newsletter. That's the only reason I use it. When you sign up for your website, you get your website, you want to go to Google Analytics. You want to absolutely index your site through there. It's very important. And I think you guys are all familiar with Payoneer. I think that's a great platform as well, but there's plenty of others. Your challenge today is to pick one tool from the list that you've never used. You don't have to download it right now. This has gone on so long that I want you all to stay with me. But I do challenge you to do this because it's good. The more new tools you can learn, the better you'll be. Okay. Your audience. Building content is not enough. The world needs to find it, including the AI systems that increasingly shape how people discover information. This is answer engine optimization, AEO. This is what gets you cited by AI. When someone asks ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, Gemini about your topic, about any topic, this is how people find you. SEO is all about keyword stuffing. It creates this inauthenticity in messaging. It's awful. Backlinking from other sites, long articles full of filler, competing for Google position #1, and you can never win unless if you pay. It sucks. It sucks. AEO's changed everything. Clear question and answer format through your content. Citations of your name across multiple platforms. Structural, scannable, quoting, writable. Becoming the source AI cites in its answers. Being the source matters. I'm the source for so many different things. Like I have people all the time go, oh my God, I just saw your name. I was researching this and you came up. I'm like, it's AEO. It's AEO. It has been a game changer for me. Name authority that compounds permanently. Now listen. I'm going to give you a hack. When you write your blogs, and if you don't want to learn how to do AEO naturally, you can prompt AEO into the chatbot. You can ask it to add AEO. You can make it SEO and AEO optimized. You can make sure that it's mobile optimized as well. You can have it do it for you. So it's not like something you have to go study today. You can learn along with the AI. This is why it's a great tool. You can learn in real time, but you don't need to go take another course about AEO to get started. Why multimedia blog is your best AEO move? When you publish a multimedia post, video, podcast, and the article on your own domain, you give AI 3 different signals confirming you are the authority. The text tells AI what you know. The video tells YouTube. The podcast tells Spotify. All 3 point back to one URL. This is how you get cited by AI, not just indexed by Google. So when I told you that you can have your chatbot do this for you, you can follow these rules. This can be your prompt, but you can also have it do it for you. Write in Q&A format. Use your name consistently on every platform. We've talked about this. Publish the same content across multiple platforms so AI finds you in more than one place. But you're posting your link on Instagram, your link on Facebook, your link on LinkedIn, your link on X, on Tumblr, everywhere. Use liquid content. 10 formats from every piece equals 10 times the AI surface area with no extra production work. Another challenge for you, Google your name. What shows up? I remember when all kinds of scary stuff used to come up about me, like my arrest records and everything else. That wasn't a good feeling that, long ago. Now, all kinds of stuff pops up. that, I mean, if you dig far enough, I mean, you can go look at my arrest records. It's not a secret, but I haven't been that guy in 11 years now. But it doesn't matter. All my content's there. My books, written several books, all there. Podcasts, videos, and my news appearances, everything. Okay. IMDb and Quoted. IMDb is the internet movie database. You can create a free account at imdbpro.com. There's a free trial available, but it's also free. A YouTube video, a podcast episode, a produced event, a short film, all qualify. If you do a video series, remember me telling you that to do a video series, that counts as credits. This is your resume in the media world. This is how people all over the world find you to hire you for different jobs. This is something you want to take serious because it also protects your intellectual property. Your intellectual property matters, especially in the day and age of AI. You want to use IMDb. Quoted. And I could talk about these for hours. So I'm not going to. Quoted. Go to quoted.com, QWOTED.com. You set your expertise in your specific topic area. This is how you get booked by news. I've been on the news all over the world. It used to be called helpareporter.com. So when you're an expert in a field, people will come to you and say, hey, we want to interview you about this subject. They email you. But also, if you run a podcast, you can list your podcast saying, I'm looking for guests to appear on my podcast. I'm looking for experts in this, whatever subject you want. And what's going to happen is an email will go out to all the PR agents and managers all over the world. And then people will start to send you emails asking to be on your podcast. I wrote a book called Unmasking Humanity, which was the name of my podcast, by the way, at the time. 21 Questions with Joshua T. Berglund. I used those interviews to create a 25-chapter book. Every guest, I hand-selected the guest with their permission. I used their interview as a chapter in the book. I changed it. I used what I learned from the interview. I added my own stuff to it, but I also highlighted the guest and their expertise in this. That book still sells very well. And all I did was take work I had already done and shaped it and turned it into a book and just added some new stuff to it. Quoted is your best friend in media. At every mention to your press page, this is how you get proof of media. This is how more people want to work with you. If you haven't appeared in the media, it's harder to get appearances in media. This is how you do it for yourself. So this matters for Cameroon because as an MTM sponsorship manager who searches your name needs to find evidence you are real, credible, and professional. IMDb and quoted citations are internationally recognized proof. I can't stress this enough. These are the two most important websites in media. I don't care if you're a teacher, a baker, if you're in agriculture, if you want to be a musician or you are a musician or celebrity or stand-up comic, a painter. These two sites. You want to create a quoted profile tonight and an IMDb profile tonight. It takes 10 minutes to set up. Check it every morning for 1 week and respond to at least 2 source requests. Your first international media citation could come within days. I'm telling you, it only takes one person to change your life forever. One person. Okay, now here's the revenue streams. And this is the last part, I believe. Your story deserves to sustain you. Here's how you build. Raymond, I just saw that. Your story deserves to sustain you. Here's how you build multiple income streams from the content you are already creating. YouTube, TikTok Creator Fund. It requires consistency and volume at first, but compounds forever once it's established. You can start with 0 money. Direct sponsorships. Brands pay you to access your audience. Start local, build toward national and regional brands. Affiliate marketing. In the attachments that I sent you a separate guide on this that goes into detail. So I won't spend a lot of time on this because I already sent you a guide. Affiliate marketing. Let me tell you something about affiliate marketing. What it does, it's not even that you make millions of dollars doing it. Well, you can. But it also teaches you how to endorse products. It teaches you how to talk on camera, how to promote things properly. I have gotten movie roles and TV commercial roles, all from doing affiliate marketing. It's all prepared me to be a spokesperson. And it's huge help, huge help. Digital products, ebooks, templates, PDF guides, presets, Canva kit. Create once and you can sell them unlimited times. These are revenue streams. No inventory, no shipping, all free, digital downloads. Paid newsletter, Substack. Please, hey Raymond, please mute. Here's the other thing. When I've talked about your wisdom, your knowledge, all of that, consulting, coaching, one-on-one coaching, group sessions via phone or Google Meet. Your expertise has monetary value today, not someday. You could literally start this week. You could create a workshop, start promoting it this week. I mean, in theory, I could have charged money for a workshop. I didn't, but I could. I promoted it on social media for free. I think originally we had 20-something people here. Oh, like it was crazy because like 190 registered, but only 20-something showed up. And now 10 are here, still here. Okay, doesn't matter. But people pay for these things, especially when you do a deep dive into something. This is money that you can make now. You don't even need a website to do this. You can do it now. So you can receive international money, Payoneer, Wise, MTM, Momo, Orange Money. I will tell you that MTM and Orange, you can't use in America. I couldn't access this in America at all. Flutterwave, Seller.co or Solar.co. You can search for alternatives of all of these also. Just like I told you before, if you don't like these options, search for alternatives. So the reason why you want to create a Payoneer account is because it's 15 minutes to set up, and once it's active, you can connect to Jumia, Jumia, KOL, Amazon Associates, and dozens of global affiliate programs and start promoting their products. This one action will unlock international income. Securing sponsorships. A sponsor's not giving you charity. A sponsor's business partner buying access to your audience and your influence. You are not asking for a favor. You are offering a service with measurable value. Walk into that conversation with receipts. Show them what you have. I mean, your platform is best, but if you have a huge social media following, you can leverage that. MTM, Orange, they actually invest a lot. I don't like those platforms, but I don't think Starlink is any better here, so whatever. They do a lot of sponsorships. The more I learned about this, I was pretty shocked. Beverage companies, they work. Finance and fintech, they do sponsorships too. What I want to tell you the secret is, though, don't look for an endorsement for something you don't use. Look for something you love. Affiliate relationships. Every single brand you love, I bet you, has an affiliate relationship. I bet you can find, like you could look up, you could Google the brand and find an affiliate relationship. Supplements, hair products, beer, male grooming products, household items. They all have affiliate programs. So you can get paid talking about things you love. I do not recommend picking something you don't love and you don't know about. The very first affiliate relationships I had were private jets and yachts. I'd never been on a private jet. I'd been on a yacht, but I've never been on a private jet. I knew nothing about it at all. But I was like, well, if I'm going to sell something, I want to sell something expensive so I can make a lot of money. The problem with that, even though I made some sales, the problem with that is that when I got asked a question, I didn't have an answer. Like, I sounded like an idiot. And that was embarrassing. So I quit doing that. Talk about things you know and love. These are examples of sponsorship tiers. This is something also that you can research with the chatbot and go, for this particular sponsorship, give me some tiers that would be appropriate. There's all kinds of different things that you can ask for. The pitch formula. Find the brand's marketing manager on LinkedIn or local events. Hey, I'm Joshua, a creator with however many thousands followers. My audience is specific to this demographic. I believe there's a strong alignment between your product and what my audience cares about. Here's my media kit. Your media kit can also be your website. I'd love to explore collaboration. Never, ever, ever pitch asking for money first. Always explain the value you bring to the brand. The conversation is about the return of investment, not your need. Always. In my experience, sometimes I think personal relationships matter, but I will also tell you, when I had a manager, I've had two managers, I fired them both because I worked harder than they did. But when they actually wrote letters for me and contacted the agency or the people for me, it became pretty successful. There's something authoritative about having a manager doing this. But again, that's changing. The days of needing an agent and a manager are pretty much over, in my opinion. So these are some of the different affiliate relationships. I listed this already for you. These are all things, I don't need to go over it. You have a separate attachment for this. But it's endless. Like, there's an affiliate relationship for everything. And say you do know a lot about motorcycles. I know a lot of people know a lot about motorcycles here. Car repair, tires, food. I mean, like cuisine, cooking products. Like, all of that stuff has affiliate relationships. You can even create your own affiliate program. You can walk into any local equipment shop, recording studio, or boutique and say, give me a custom promo code, like your name 10 for 10% off. Every time someone uses my code, pay me 10% of that sale. They get customers that they never had before. It doesn't cost them any money. They pay if you are an employee of that company, you're more of a drain to them than you are an affiliate. So if you go promote them and you get 10% or 20%, 20% is actually really good to ask, to be honest. Because a sales rep usually makes 20%, depending on what it is. Skincare products, beauty products, 20%. It's cheaper than their sales reps. Most of the time, they're going to say yes. Because to make a unique name, like an affiliate code, to use a promo code, or even to create a specific, like, let's just say guinnessbeer.com/Joshua. Like, that doesn't cost them anything to do. So here's a challenge. Write down 3 products you already recommend to people in real life. Search whether each has an affiliate program. Chances are at least one does. That is income you have been earning for free. You just haven't claimed it yet. How many of you promoted products for free just because you loved it? I've done it all the time. Do it a lot. But you might as well do it and get paid for it. Okay, this is huge on TikTok. Be careful about fake brand deals. There's never a registration fee. That's bullcrap. If they try to get you to pay a fee, it's a scam. A legitimate sponsor will never ask you to pay them first. Never pay for followers. Let me tell you, I'm going to admit to something. When I first started, like there was people, like when I was trying to get acting jobs, no one would, if you didn't have a following over 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, you couldn't get the part. So it became very common for people to buy followers. So I don't think it's as common now, but none of that stuff works. It all backfires. Eventually you lose them. And then also when you have, 10,000 followers and no engagement, you look like an idiot. Like people know that that's fake. You got no comments. You have 300 likes on a post, but no comments. It's obvious that that's fake. It will destroy your credibility. Don't do it. Fake brand deals ask for your banking details to set up payment. Nope, that's a scam. Be careful. Never do anything for free, unless if it's what you're called to do. But when someone goes, here, promote us for free for 3 months, we'll pay you $500K. They're never paying you, ever, 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 ever. I know from experience. When I was so desperate to get my name out and to do this work, like I did so much work for free with the promise of a payoff later. No, they don't pay you. I don't care how good of a Christian or religious person they may seem, how much they talk about loving God or being a kingdom business. If they won't pay you up front, they're not going to pay you. Even a contract, even with a contract, they will not pay you. You are worth to be paid for your time. And I do believe in a kingdom economy. I do believe time, talent, treasure has value. But when people are making promises like do work for us for 3 months, then we'll pay you, they're never going to pay you. How many Cameroonians do you know are going to the job site every single day and haven't been paid in 6 months? How many? I've been paying attention to social media. I see a new post about it every single day. Payment terms must be agreed and in writing before any work begins. Fake affiliate programs. If someone tells you 80% commission, it's never paying out, ever, 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 ever. You want to use verified platforms like Jumia, Amazon, Solar, Payoneer connected programs. Why? Because they're held accountable. If an opportunity requires you to pay money before you receive money, it's almost certainly a scam. It's like a Ponzi scheme. Real partnerships are built on mutual value exchange, no upfront fees from the creator. Okay. 30-day action plan. The plan is not the goal. The plan is the illumination of excuses. You do not need more information. You need to start right now, not Monday, not next month when the conditions are better. The conditions will never be better. It's like when you're married and you talk about having a baby, like you're never really ready. You're never really ready to have a child, because even when you think you're ready, you're still not ready. It's kind of the same thing. The conditions will never be better than they are right now. Start with what you have from where you are and let the momentum and God do the rest. The most important thing you can do is buy your domain. If you can't afford it yet, okay, fine. But I'm telling you, it's still important. IMDb, quoted profile, build your media kit on Canva. If you don't know how to build a media kit, ask a chatbot. It will help you. It will give you the structure. We can do a separate workshop on that. Create a Payoneer account. Join Jumia KOL program. Identify one local business for an offline affiliate deal. Send 2 sponsorship pitches. Momentum. Publish 5 pieces using the liquid content method, publish your first multimedia blog post, follow up on all pitches, set a 2-month goals. Every single person in this workshop has a story the world needs to hear. The tools exist. The platforms exist. The audience exists. The only thing that remains is deciding to begin. That decision cannot be made for you, but everything you learned today is waiting for you to make it. All right. Join the chat group. You already have. I did some of this stuff. I wasn't going to give away the group until after, but whatever. You already done all this. Here's the tools and references for you to go through. I don't need to waste oxygen. Okay, let's go to the Q&A. Y'all can come on screen if you want and ask questions now, but I'm going to read some of these discussions, and if something applies, speak up. What is the scar you carry that could become someone else's healing? You don't even have to answer this. Maybe answer it to yourself. Which creator type are you? And did it surprise you? What is the biggest misconception you had about content creation before today? Which income stream feels most accessible to start now? What local brand in your city could you realistically pitch for a sponsorship? What would your media brand be called if you started it today? Your name? What is actually stopping you? What is the real obstacle or story you've been telling yourself? All right. Who has questions? No questions?
No question. Hi, Joshua.
Hi, Victor.
I got this thing that is floating on the social media. You might have seen that. It concerns the digital marketing. You just mentioned it. I know you're the best person to answer me this thing. I don't know if it's scam or what we can say, because you see, you are here looking for something to do to make money, and then yet when you want a little click on the Facebook and whatever, they are saying, oh, we make to show you, the women show you a bunch of checks, how they have been able to make these checks in short time, and tell you how many homes they have bought in a short time, in 1 year, how they have made this money. And when you want to find out, okay, they say, okay, you have to pay $149. And and then you pay $149, then they give you 30 days, and then you have a video to watch. If after the 30 days you don't like the business, they can refund you $149. But if you after the 30 days, they're not going to refund you money again, blah, blah, blah. But the whole thing I'm asking you, Josiah, is that they really push this thing out there. You will not make 2 clicks without seeing these people. Oh, especially they're targeting Cameroonians and targeting Africans. They can make money. You ask them, what are they selling? You don't see what they're selling. They never tell you what they sell. They never disclose anything. You see, there are a lot variety of products to sell. This thing is, whether it's digital marketing, I can't tell you what it is, but they always show a bunch of checks like that. So I make this thing 20,000, 5,000, 2,000, all those stuff like that.
Well, I don't actually know what the real question is, but I will tell you this. Anything you need to learn online is free. Anything you need to learn, a chatbot can teach you. Like, you can literally go through this entire course and with your chatbot, ask questions to everything we've covered. You don't need to pay for those things. They're not giving you, when you do pay for it, they're just trying to upsell you to the next thing anyway. So that's not the proper, like, a lot of those things, be very, very careful. And when you don't have the money to invest, I promise you that there's free tools out there. There's free tools out there that you can take advantage of and learn. But did I get your question right? Because I didn't really know the question.
Okay, let me come back again. It's a form of business. It's a form of business. They want you to come inside it. You pay some money, $149. You pay for it, and then you enroll into this business. They call it digital something marketing. You make money out of it. It's like a company. They sell products. The products are never disclosed. And one of the products I know is a water filtration, something like that. It says that's the only product that we have been ever exposed, but they don't tell you what the rest of the products are. But all you see them pushing is a bunch of checks. What they make out of the business after they have been in the business for 1 year or 2 months or 2 years or what, and also they push what they have been able to buy, their accomplishments within a short time, what they have been able to buy with the money. And I'm so suspicious because their target. They target the Africans, the diasporans here over. So mostly Cameroonians and Bamenda, women trying to sell this all over the whole place. The internet is flooded by them. So I don't know it doesn't make sense to me, but it's so flattering. They flatter you with this thing, but you don't see anything there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that again, it's to tease you, to entice you to want more, and that's how they get you into the upsells. That's why I personally believe you should never sell I mean, look, affiliate relationships are products you don't own, but the reason I like affiliate relationships is because it helps you practice learning to speak on camera, but it's preparing you to sell your own product, and you are your product. Your wisdom is your product. Your book is your product. Your personal services is your product. Now, I don't like the courses and the workshops and the sales funnels that teach you to sell other people's things, because that to me is another form of a Ponzi scheme. It's trying to, I don't like those things. And unfortunately, it's given digital marketing a bad name. But that's why I really like the personal aspect of staying more in your story, in your personal wisdom. And then you don't have to rely on sales tricks that way. You're staying true to who you are, and you're being authentic in that. And that story doesn't need deception.
Yeah, I think after you pay the $149, they create a website for you and all those other things.
You can create it for free.
Yeah.
And odds are that website they're creating for you is not one you own. Like, you got to be careful about those things too. A lot of these sites, like, you can build all of this for yourself. I will tell you, there's one service that I recommend that even to this day, 10 years later, it's still amazing. It's called Wealthy Affiliate. And it teaches you everything about online marketing, but affiliate marketing also. And it's like, it was $9 a month for the paid version. You get a month free. I don't know if it's still that way or not.
What do you call that, Joshua? I didn't get it.
Affiliate. Well, I'm sorry, wealthy, like rich, wealthy, affiliate.com.
Well,
that is, you can learn at your own pace, and you can literally learn how to sell everything. They have an online community where the community answers your questions, and you can learn how to sell anything, and you're only paying a couple bucks a month.
Wow.
You learn how to build. It teaches you step by step how to build websites.
Wow.
I personally use code, but I have to admit, 10 years ago when I started, that website taught me all the foundational pieces to know that I needed to know to do everything I do today. And again,
wealthyaffiliate.com.
And Yes, and you can. But here's the other thing, though. You can even bypass that and talk to your chat bot and learn how to do that, and that's free. And I'm not sitting here telling you AI doesn't lie to you, but when you ask it certain specific questions and you work with that question, you'll get the truth. So those are the two options I recommend. But signing up for a course, learning to sell other people's products is basically like saying, I'm going to teach you to promote Facebook. Why? You don't own Facebook. It doesn't benefit you. You want to learn how to build your own platform so you can be sovereign. Did I answer your question?
Almost. Almost. You got it. You got half of it. I got it.
Okay.
But kind of got a lot of stuff in this class. It's just that it's too much for a short time.
It's a lot.
My brain cannot hold it.
Mine too.
Hey,
Actually,
Josh.
my brain does hold it, but I've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
But I am going to post this. I am going to post this to go back as reference. There'll be a transcript. There'll be timestamps. You'll be able to see it. I'm going to have it set up where it's digestible. You'll like it because I knew it was going to be too much information, but I did it on purpose. Okay, Raymond, you have a question.
Hey, Joshua.
Hi,
What's up?
talking to you. How are you?
Hey, man. I don't have a
Oh,
question. I
right.
just yeah. I just want to make a thank you for everything that you poured into this event and this training. We started off with, I believe, 18, 19. We're down to, I think, 8 now. Obvious reasons, certain people have to leave. We get it. Certain people just drop because they don't get it. And those of us that are left, we appreciate everything you've done. You're a master at it, and we really do appreciate everything you've done and what each and every one of us are going to take away from this and move forward. Move forward in not only the media side of it, but in life in general. And hats off. Thank you so much. Great to see everybody online here. And hello to those Ghanaians that are on here, which I don't think there is any other than me. But the Cameroonians and anyone else, appreciate it. I'm sure we'll be talking amongst through the platform. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you, brother. I
Appreciate
appreciate
you.
you very much. Thank
Yeah,
you.
man.
Raymond, do you have a question?
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone in the house. I really appreciate all the studies that you have given us, even though at some point I feel it was strenuous to my brain, but as a young man, I try to absorb as much as I can. Please, I have a series of questions of which the first one is I have multiple. I belong to multiple platforms: Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Snapchat, TikTok. But in some of these platforms, I have a different name from the names I use on my Facebook and on my Instagram. So I wanted to find out if is it possible for me to change those names to the name I am using, the name I love, and the name I want to sell to the world as my main name. And secondly, if yes, I think that's the first question. I don't know whether you answered it before. I will ask
My
this
head's
one.
shaking. I'm sorry. It's the tremors. You can change the name. Yes. Each platform it has different instructions, but you can absolutely change the name and the domain name. You can do that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Then my second question is, if you create, how do we create a website? And if you create, is it possible for all the platforms to link to that single website?
Yes. So here's how I do it. Actually, hold on. I'm going to drop it in chat.
Okay.
So this is the hack. So HTML. Find a platform that you can build in HTML. So this site I'm dropping in chat right now is where, to build in HTML, you need to learn how to use imgur.com, imgur.com. You put all of the photos, like when I build blogs or websites, this is what I do. You take, use that, you put your images there. If you have short video, you upload it. And when you do that, what it'll do is create a web link. And then what you want to do, like on a separate notepad on your computer, on Google Drive, or like Word, something like that, you'll copy that link and paste it in your Google document. At the end of it, you'll put PNG or MP4 if it's video. For an image, it's PNG. And there's instructional video for this. So this is a whole separate workshop, but I'm going to give you the short version. Save that, but then label what the image is. If it's a headshot, if it's your picture of you, if it's the logo, label it to the side, and you'll make your list. The other thing you want to do, if you have a podcast, if you have YouTube or another video platform, the embed of the video. You can do this a variety of different ways, the whole playlist, certain videos. But what you do is then you put that in there too. And then write out, this is the YouTube playlist for this video series. This is my podcast. For the podcast, the audio version of the podcast, take the embed, boom, my podcast. Save that aside. A separate Word document, or even below this. Remember the pages that I referenced at the very top, the home page, the about, your bio, your origin story, those things. You write all that out, but label it.
Okay.
So you'll have some images that go on your home page, some images that go on the about page. Okay. What I do then is, after I have collected all that information, this is the easy part. This is the easy part. You go into your chat bot, Gemini, Grok, Claude, and you say, I'm building a website for my name. I'm building my own media company. If you say, I'm building my own media company in a box platform, it will know what to do. I'm building my own media company in a box. You can even say my name and media company in a box. For my name, Raymond. And this is what the website is about. This is what I'm wanting to feature. I have my images, I have my YouTube videos, and I have my podcast. Give me the God mode prompt that will create the perfect mobile experience, the perfect user experience, that will be like 100% score for AEO and SEO. That's it. Oh, that also will index the video, index the images, and index the audio. Give me that prompt. The next thing that's going to happen, you'll get the prompt. You don't need to be a master prompter. The chat bot will tell you how to prompt it. Then you go back in, you put the prompt there, and then in that Google document with all that information that you wrote down, you copy and paste it into the prompt. Send. It will generate your website in HTML. I'm going to give you another site. The one thing that is super important is checking your code on the rich results test. You paste that code into what the web link I just dropped in comments. You test that code and Google will tell you if the code is perfect. It will tell you what you're missing. It will tell you if there's errors. Regardless of what that tells you, you can go in and say, after it generates the site for you, you go, I don't like those colors. I would like to have something more futuristic or something more bold. Modify this. Just keep talking to it and keep working it until it generates exactly what you want. Sometimes the images may not necessarily be positioned the way you want, but the reason why you label it is so that it knows where to put it on your page. Sometimes it needs to resize it, but you just keep working with it until it's perfect. And then you've built your website. That's the easiest way to do it. And you can literally follow that instruction for every single page.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Even though like if you said this podcast is recorded, so it means I will see access all this the guidance you have given me after this, so that I will follow the process step by step.
Cool.
Thank you, sir.
It's something fun to play with, and the more you do it, the easier it's going to be. Like you'll perfect it, and you'll start to learn how to code. Here's the other thing: this teaches you how to code in the process.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
it's the easiest way. It's the easiest way.
Thank you, sir. Oh, my next question is about Gmail. I have about 3 Gmail.
Okay.
I don't. Is it? Can all these 3 Gmail be synchronized under the same website?
You're probably. I mean, I can't answer that honestly. Like I'm not comfortable answering that question because I know that there's probably a way, but I can't give you the answer to tell you how to do it.
Okay, thank you, sir. It's
Sorry.
okay.
Next question.
Maybe as we progresses. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. You have your hand up, but you're on mute. You're on mute. I don't need to see your toes. What are you showing me? Do you have a question or not?
Yeah, it's a Nyemko. Nyemko, unmute yourself. Nyemko. Okay, just while he's trying to unmute.
I don't think he knows how to do that. Maybe you try to unmute him from your end.
I can't for some reason. I don't know why I can't. I should be able to unmute you guys, but I can't. I should be able to force your video on. I'm just kidding.
Okay, just let's go ahead. I want
Okay.
some. You know what? Like Brent said, I stay. A lot of people have left, but I stayed. I stayed not because I am really getting the thing, but I stayed because I want to get it. I stay because I want to get it right there. It's just like this workshop is just to wet my feet in this social media. So I don't know how I do to. I know you are very, very busy, somebody, and you are very, very busy, Joshua, and I don't know how we will. If I reach out, if I need some more clarification, because only with the workshop today, I think that I'm not quite ready to go, because the jargon, the language of this is still, some words are still so strange to me. So it's like, I don't know, you take somebody to a mechanical workshop for the first time, you are telling him this and telling him that, he doesn't understand the parts. So I'm trying to figure out this or figure out that, trying to understand the lecture at the same time, but trying to figure out the word when you said this webcam and all chat box and all that. So they sound strange to me, new to me. So, but I stay because I want to get this thing.
I highly recommend, sir, that you read the book that came in the email, because that's going to be easier to digest.
You mean this book that we are working out, this book that we've been following here today?
No, the book that was sent in the email as an attachment.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Read that, and it will be easier to digest.
Okay.
I knew, listen, what's going to happen is if you read that book, a lot of what we talked about will begin to make sense.
Okay.
And the other thing is that I never expected everyone to get all of this. I didn't. But again, the book is going to help. And then the other thing too is there's some actionable things that are understandable, and to take some kind of action. And maybe the first action is to read the book. I mean, I'm offering it for free.
I'll do that.
And
I'll do
here's
that.
the other thing. Use the community to ask questions.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
And even though I'm not always available, but when I see questions, I'm going to answer them, but other people are allowed to answer also. Like, we get to be, this is a community. And
Okay.
so I'm here to contribute to it. I will do more specific workshops later that are just more focused on one thing. But I did this one on purpose for a reason, to be 4.5, almost 5 hours long. Oh, wow. Gosh. I haven't eaten yet either. I'm hungry.
It's really long.
Excuse
So,
me, I have a question. I just have something to say.
yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you for this workshop. When you were presenting, I remember this adage, this African adage that says, until the lion learns how to ride, every story is going to glorify the hunter. And you talking about Africans and us writing our stories and a change of narrative. I was just thinking about that and the misrepresentation of Africa in the media generally. Yeah, I think this thing came at a very timely to someone like me, who I feel like I've always had that zeal to share a lot. And as I know a little bit of, I've been studying, I know a little bit of AI, so I've been working with AI to get my stories out there. I think this has just come to harness or fine tune everything for me, and I just wanted to say, I mean, when I came here, I had a lot of questions, but you have broken down everything perfectly, all the hurdles that I felt like I could get, the internet, the load shedding, the light, the equipment. You've just broken down everything, and you've made it certain that the problem is not, you can always work with what you have. The small beginnings, the small beginnings actually from now, I feel like it's necessary. So yeah, I just want to appreciate these, and I just want to mention that I don't have the link to the WhatsApp group. I don't know how, but I need it so I can get in.
Let me solve that problem right now. Wait, where'd it go? Why can't I access it from my computer? Hold on. Wait, found it. I think I can do it this way. How do I do this? I don't like WhatsApp, so I don't know how to use it that well. Let's see here. I really don't like WhatsApp at all. Probably shouldn't say that because I'm using WhatsApp, but
Okay, another option is I can write you after this and you send it. You send it to my WhatsApp.
I don't have your WhatsApp. Do I?
No, the number you gave me, the one you sent the link through, I can write you on that one. And
Okay,
you give me
we'll do it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Boris. Good looking out. Thank you.
Okay.
Good looking out, Boris. Appreciate you. Teamwork, baby. Teamwork. Thank you for your kind words. Are there any other questions?
Where are you now? Are you in Limbe or in Bamenda? Where are you?
I'm in Limbe. I've
We
fallen
have
in love with it here too.
we have some fake kind of pizza around Limbe there, just around the roundabout going down beach there. So you can find pizza there.
I actually cleaned up Bimbimbi. No, Bimbimbi.
Bombay, yeah. That was Saturday.
Yeah, I did that cleanup there, and I love that beach.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide if I'm going to live in I'm trying to decide if I'm going to live in Bamenda or Limbe initially. Eventually, I'll have to live in both places, but I could use some beach time.
It's just like me. I stand the fix because I lived in Limbe for several years. I just got back here a year and a half ago. I'm from Bamenda, but I want to enjoy the cold air in Bamenda, and I want to enjoy the fish down there in the down beach there in Limbe. But I'm in the fix. I don't know where to stay when I get back. I really want to go back very quickly. I have to talk with you, just so we were to talk the other day, but I will find time and we actually talk among us,
Yes, sir.
between us. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to sleep before we talk.
Not now, not today. Normally, anytime
I'm going on fumes. I don't even know if I make sense.
anytime you're available, man. And I can't bother you. 5 hours is not 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And you had a
Boris
long bus ride from Yaoundé.
Oh, I just got back from there.
Man, you are strong, man. You are strong. You are very strong.
I'm exhausted.
I know.
I
know. The first thing you do after this class is to sleep.
Yes. Well, actually, I need to go to the grocery store so I can eat.
Okay. Then eat it, come and sleep.
Yes. I'm going to eat enough to pass out.
In fact, I would appreciate this class. In fact, we appreciate the sacrifice. I've been following up this putting on YouTube. You've been you're really talking loud, man. But I want to say, watch your mouth a little bit. No, don't step on the lion's tail.
I'm being cautious.
I like that. I like that. But we are praying for you, man. We want you to stay in that place. I'm coming, Joshua. I'm coming to meet you there very soon. We will talk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't want to lose you. I don't want you to get out of that place. No. You are needed there. You see a lot of people cheering you because you are speaking for the voiceless.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
And the greatest thing, a desire of they want the story of Cameroon to be heard outside. This one question you have been asking, with all these things going on, why is it not heard in the world? Why is this story not told outside here?
I have my theories, but it's going to change. This is not going to be the most forgotten place in the world anymore.
In fact, we are praying for you that God will use you. That is for that purpose. It's for that reason that you came to that place.
I agree. I do agree with that 100%.
And
I
we are praying for you. My number one prayer I've started praying for you is in the next few months, I don't want to see you shaking that head anymore in Jesus' name.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
So you'll be totally healed because you have so much to give to that society. Not only to Cameroonians, but in fact, Africans all over the whole African continent.
Thank you.
So we love you, Joshua. We want you to stay there.
I love you too. I plan on staying.
Yes, sir. Then we want to mix. I saw you eating a chew then by foot. I said, "This is the man."
I had Eru and Achu yesterday.
Oh wow, that was in Yaoundé.
Yeah, I had both.
Wow.
It was good. It was
I know.
good. No palm wine though.
Oh, you wouldn't get right palm wine. Yaoundé has palm wine, the one from Orbit for special people. If they don't take you there, you don't know it. But the best one comes from Bafut.
But I agree. Yo, Brent. Oh, you're leaving? Okay. All right. Are there any more questions? I want to answer everything.
Well, you can't answer everything. There's so many questions. As for me, we'll do a lot of things behind the scenes.
Yes, sir. That sounds good.
Yes,
you have a question?
where were you? You unmuted yourself finally.
Yes, I have problems on muting my mic.
Well,
Please ask.
Yes, Joshua, I want to say thank you. Thank you very much, sir. You are truly the world's mayor. Yeah, and yeah. we met at Spearman's Gallery and that show that you. Yeah. So this Kemi Christopher, the coordinator of CASUD, Conservation Association for Sustainable Development. I'm a grassroots environmentalist, and I've been doing this work. As you see, it's a call. It's a call. It's in line with what you just outlined. It's a passion. I come from a background of hunters. My forefathers were hunters, so I grew up in the forest. So you see the forest, the Bamida Highland Forest. I really know it. I know it at the tips of my hands, and I've seen great potentials in the Bamida Highland Forest. The water endemic species of plants and animals. You have the Bannerman's tobacco, the red feather bird, which these are almost getting extinct. So when I came back home after my advanced level, I decided not to hunt again. I said, okay, if my parents were killing these animals, it's time for me to conserve and protect these animals. So I developed this idea of conservation, where I partner with some foreign partners from Czech specifically. So we work together to see how we could develop this project. We realized that we could start with education. So there was education, livelihoods improvement, research and ecotourism, and then transparency. So this thing was going well until that's part of my story. I just have to be brief. It was going well until the crisis. Yeah. So these partners left. So I did not leave. I'm there, though I'm in town now, but I'm still based in the village because that's where my content is. So we were working together, and this guy created a Facebook page. Like you see the brand I'm using, Keiko Honey, like the one I presented on that. Yeah,
the honey's amazing.
Yes. So he created this brand. I developed the idea Keiko because Keiko is forest. From the name Kejom Keku, because that's the name of my village. We are people of the forest. So Keku, honey from the forest, because this is honey from indigenous plants that have not been tempered on. So that's why you see the honey is very unique. So when he created this Facebook page, Keku Honey, the war started and he left. So by then I had never had tools that I could go online to see what was happening. He was the sole administrator of this brand, which I developed the name. So when he left, I asked him that, okay, give me the administrative right so that I can continue with this my brand. He didn't. So I wish to ask, do I go ahead to create, because I don't want to lose that name, because Keku is my name. I cannot allow him take it, but he cannot first of all take it. The page is not functioning since 2018 when he left, but I have to keep that name because it's my name. And I wish to ask, should I create the same name? How will I go to create a website that will carry that same name, Keku Honey? Because that is that I have honey now, but I can't sell just because I fear that maybe there will be this misunderstanding between I and him, like if we are fighting over the page. So I wish to ask, how can I go about that?
I don't know what the law is in Cameroon, and I don't know if the name has been registered, if someone owns the name, but
I think
I'm not comfortable giving legal advice because I don't know the whole structure of the business. But I will tell you that, again, this is not legal advice but sometimes, again, I'm more of an advocate for building your own platform under your name, your personal name, and you can become a spokesperson for that product, essentially, where you become the face of it. Like, in other words, you could become the face of that product where people associate you with that product, and you're simply just using media to talk about that product. And if you're the one producing it and you own it and you have access to it, you're the one making all the money anyway. So Absolutely. It doesn't really matter if someone has that group or not, or has that page or not. You can start promoting it on your own to make that one of your revenue streams under your own personal brand.
Thank you, sir.
Does that make sense?
Thank you, sir. I get it clear. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
When we meet in person in Bamenda, we'll talk detail about that. My second question is, how can I attract sponsors into the project? Because when we talk about water, you realize that the origin of two main river basins in Africa, River Senegal and the Niger Basin, has their origin from this forest, from the Bamenda Highland Forest. So I wish to know, how can I really bring sponsors into the project so that we maintain and see how we can cater for the catchments, the water catchments, which are origins of these great river basins. So I really wish to know, in times of in this difficult moment where we find ourselves, how can I still do? Because at times I feel like, okay, to tell somebody, for instance, like you, come to Kejomkeku village, because it's just a drive from Bafut. It's not far from Bafut. But if I want to tell, okay, come and see actually what we are doing at the conservation center, I'm at times scared. Because of the insecurity situation. But for me, I'm there because I really understood how the situation is. So I'm asking, can I, like, because we used to run this thing we call Holiday That Matters, where we invite people from local communities, international, to come and spend summer holidays here. Go to the forest, see the chimps, see the chimpanzees, see the other animals, gorillas, and the rest for tourism. But I had wished to open up again this platform of Holiday That Matters. But with the situation at hand, I'm a little bit reluctant. So I will wish to know if I can go ahead and launch the Holiday That Matters project, and so that if those that have courage can come. Or how do I go about that? Because I'm looking forward to see you to visit Kejomkeku village, Joshua.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is the same kind of question. Like, I'm not, without seeing, I need to see everything in front of my face because I don't know what you have. I don't know what rights you have. My first instinct is to tell you to create your own affiliate program where you have people promoting the honey. But what we would actually need to do is a one-on-one session. I wouldn't charge you for this, but I would need to collect some information up front, and go through this before I feel comfortable giving. This is what you're asking for is very, very specific information, and this is not something that I can answer right now without having factual information in front of me, because the one thing I will not do is give shitty advice.
Thank you.
And shitty advice is basically advice without knowing all the facts.
It's
And
true.
I'm not comfortable doing that.
It's true. Thank you.
So
That's
we'll
why
talk privately.
I'm waiting for your return from Limbe. We'll meet in person again and then we'll talk detail. I'll
Okay.
give you all what it needs.
Says
Okay.
he's called Yemkuna. Is it Yemkuna?
Yeah, I said my phone went off and I had to use my
Your name, how do
phone.
you pronounce it? Yemkuna? Your name,
It's-
pronounce it?
It's Nyem Kunas.
Okay, you are talking of the Kiku Highlands and you're connecting to the Senegal and the Nile. I don't understand. I'm talking about honey. So I'm just lost because I'm from Bafut. So I know that we have this white honey from Oku. I don't know
Yes.
if there's another honey coming from
He's from Kejamkeku.
Kidemkuku. That is a big Babanki or small Babanki.
Babanki, neighbors to Oko.
Oh, okay. Neighbors to Oku.
On the road, on the road to Mbingo.
Yep. But Oku is far away to around Banso. You go to Ndop, going to Oku there.
Yes, we have this relationship where it comes to the forest. The two forests, they are unique.
So
But
you mean
Oku-
that you can harvest this white honey from Keku too?
Exactly. But the difference with Oko is that Oko still has the original forest, but the forest in Kejamkeku have been tempered upon. They have destroyed some
It's now secondary forest now.
Exactly. So why it's given a color cream white. You see here, this is you see the honey here. It's cream white. It's cream white because of the forests that have been destroyed, some patches. But Okosi has the original trees. That's why you see their honey remains white. So that is the slight differences.
Okay,
But
the
when it
question,
comes to
I want
other
to ask, the question I want to ask you, now you're talking about rehabilitation and reforestation. Can those trees be planted?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. Because we have been collecting seeds over the years, trying to conserve them so that for future planting, if should in case they are extinct. So we have these seeds in our bank. We have them in our nursery, ready for planting. In fact,
you don't have to wait for the old trees to be extinct. You can do the growing and begin to reinforce the plant between the old trees so that the young ones will replace the older ones.
Exactly, sir.
You don't need to wait.
That's what we have been doing for the past 20 years, sir. We have been planting trees. And we intend to plant 1 million trees in the Bamida Highland Forest by 2050.
So when you talk about Bamida Highlands, where are they situated? Where is the Bamida Highlands?
This includes the forest from the Tuba Hills right up to Mendankwe, cutting through Bambili. Those are that's the area that we are to target, right to Awin Lake.
Yeah, because when I look at those places, I see mostly eucalyptus, cypress, eucalyptus, and all those things. The original trees have been cut down. So when I look at the Bambili Hills and up those Mendankwe and all those, I see but just little touches of forest, not really much forest, but mostly eucalyptus.
Guys, hold on real quick. Guys, wait. If you don't have any more questions for me, I'm gonna go because my head hurts.
Please, Joshua, thank you so much, brother.
Yeah.
We pray
I want to
It was wonderful. Thank you for staying.
I want to make sure all questions are answered, though. Does anyone else have questions? Okay, then you two connect on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
God bless you all. Thank you so much for this.
We
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
you, Joshua. We appreciate you,
Thank you
brother.
very much. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Waiting for your
Thank you
return
so
from
much.
Limbe. Yeah.
Bye bye.